for me. Man.
So I remember I was traveling home on my afternoon commute on the metro, and I was playing with my phone on Facebook, I believe, and I came across an advertisement for modern accent walls, and I was like, oh, that's something cool that I want, because I've been trying to decide on what to do with one.
I had a little story. I was out taking a walk today wearing my hat, and a gentleman came walking past me wearing a hat that said, "Make America Great Again." So he looked at me and he looked at my hat and he said, "What do those words say?" And I said, "Well, it's in Spanish. I would translate for you, but you don't need to know Spanish, because soon as Donald comes into office, he's going to deport every Spanish-speaking person in the United States." And then all of a sudden my Tourette's kicked in and I said, "Pendejo, pendejo, pendejo." I'm all in good fun. I had a little story. I was
Are you ready?
Steve Kornacki's entered the room. I don't know if he's ready to talk to us yet. Are we ready? Okay, let's bring in the man of the hour, the man of the night, the man of hopefully not the whole week, Steve Kornacki.
Yeah, Nicole. So what we got here is we call this the first wave of exit polls. They're starting to come in, and I got to give the disclaimer, but it's very important. These exit polls are still being conducted in the battleground states. A lot of them are being conducted in non-Eastern time zone states. So what we have here, first of all, is very big picture, what I'm about to show you. And also a lot of these numbers are subject to change. There's going to be subsequent waves of exit polls that come out through the night. So again, we're inside of an hour till we get to those first initial poll closings. We'll certainly get a lot more clarity with the actual results. But between now and then, maybe to whet your appetite, we can just look at 30,000 feet here at a few things. That is not at all where I wanted to go with that. Here we go. The most important issue we asked folks, single most important issue. And right now, this is what's coming through in the exit poll nationally. Again, still being conducted. State of democracy was the most cited. This is, again, we give a list of issues to voters and we ask them what the single most important is. A little bit more than a third there, identifying state of democracy. Just behind that is the economy. Then you've got a little further back here, 14% is abortion. Immigration is 11%, 4% on foreign policy. So you can think of all the different stories, all the different controversies that have gone into those issues. But the electorate that we're looking at so far is telling us this is sort of how they prioritize those. We can also show you, there's been a lot of question here. Kamala Harris, of course, is part of the Biden administration. She's the vice president. He was initially running. She's still part of the administration. Does that create headwinds for her with this election? So we ask again, Joe Biden's approval rating. Folks, we've got so far in the exit poll a couple different categories here, but strongly and somewhat approve. That's a 40%. I don't know if you can read that. It's a little light, but that's a 40% approval rating that Joe Biden has right now. Again, that's kind of consistent with what we've seen in polling all along. Low 40s. It's what scared Democrats about having him continue as the candidate when he got out of the race. Disapprove 45 and 14, nearly 60%. Again, that's what we're getting now, and that's pretty consistent with what the
This is my hack for working smart, Money.com. Let me show you how I use Money.com to create a tailor-made workflow. First, the most comfortable
returned. 4,800 votes still remaining, but some good news out of Georgia in that small county right there. Let's head over to Michigan. We only have 10% reporting right now. Michigan, I should note, once those votes come in, we'll see a little bit of a red mirage. So we should see Michigan, Donald Trump take the lead shortly, and then that lead disappear as the votes come in the population centers. If you look to see where the votes are remaining right now, it is largely in Detroit and Grand Rapids. So that's Wayne and Macomb County. So we'll keep an eye on these counties right here: Wayne, Macomb, and Kent County. Again, for those who are just tuning in, if you'd like to support this live stream, the best way to do that is to hit the subscribe button. I don't do sponsorships or paid ads. I don't put any of my content behind a paywall. I never will. The only thing I would ask for is that if you're not yet subscribed, please hit the subscribe button. That's the best way to support this channel. Okay, let's take a look at the U.S. Senate and see if we have any updates or called races here. Nothing surprising so far. Some good news out of the U.S. Senate is that Tim Kaine in Virginia was able to hold on to his seat. That race has been called for the Democrats. That was looking like it would be a pickup opportunity, an offensive pickup opportunity for Republicans. That race has been called in favor of Tim Kaine out in Virginia. So some good news there. Not so good news down in Florida, where Democrats were hoping to pick off Rick Scott. And you can see here that his margin is certainly high enough that it doesn't seem like anything close to a race, as Debbie Mukersel-Powell trails Rick Scott by about 13 points. So a big overperformance from Republicans in Florida, which often seems to be the case. Let's see if we have any updates on the gubernatorial maps. Nothing thus far. If you're just joining, you'll note that North Carolina, the race has been called for Josh Stein. Mark Robinson was plagued with some scandals of his own making in North Carolina because of some things that he posted on message boards and some things that he just said out loud, didn't even bother posting to message boards. So Josh Stein has been called for the gubernatorial race there, and that is a hold as far as North Carolina's gubernatorial seat is concerned. We can zoom out now to the presidential race and see if we have any updates here. So far, no updates on this front. We are also waiting for Nebraska's smaller districts to be called for the presidential race, and you can see thus far that we are still waiting on them. For those asking how it got to 194, this is the bastion of Republican support. Look, none of these races are surprises. I want to caution. I know that this is that there's a lot of red on this map. There's nobody that's surprised that North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming, Nebraska, Kansas, and Oklahoma and Texas went for Donald Trump. This is all completely unsurprising results thus far. A lot of the states where Kamala's support resides is California, for example, with 54 electoral votes. That is going to immediately bump her half the way closer to where Donald Trump is right now. And Oregon, Washington, and Hawaii we have waiting as well. And as soon as they call New Jersey, which I don't think is going to be too much longer, or the state of Connecticut, which I don't think is going to be too much longer, that will add to the vote totals also. Let's take a look at Virginia and see where we're standing right now. The votes remaining in Virginia continue to be the Atlanta suburbs, Savannah, Augusta, and Columbus. So all of the Democratic population centers. Let's see how Donald Trump is doing relative to the numbers in some of these small. We don't have much of votes reporting there. Here we go. Overperformance in Heard County for Donald Trump with, this is just a few thousand votes here, about 5,000 votes in this county. Another one for Troup County. So some
is this time, though, the Trump administration isn't in office, but the Democrats are in office. They've never won a lawsuit, election day fraud and what have you, and so that's going in our favor. But we got to win big. You know, if it's close, we're going to fight for 30-plus days. And if it gets to the Supreme Court, they're no friends of ours, historically. They just aren't, guys. And so I hope that black men came out and voted. I hope our Arab American friends fell our way, because if you didn't vote or you voted for Trump, you voted for round 2 or 2.0 of a Muslim ban. And so you have all these subtopics going on in this race, including Kamala Harris being one of ours, you know, seeped in African tradition and history and culture. Barack Obama wasn't, but Harris is an AKA, right? I don't know whether she's a link or not, but she went to an HBCU. She's a link. And she's seeped in these black traditions that we can identify with. Young people who are thinking about going to college, she's putting Howard University on the map. She's putting the Divine Nine on the map, front and center, on the national dialogue and discourse. We never had that before. That's why there's so much pride in it, whatever fraternity or sorority you are in. And so this is huge for our communities of color. It's huge. So I think you're right, Roland, about the patience piece. And I also think that if she flips North Carolina or another state, that takes the pressure off the blue wall.
Well, Jelena, the thing, again, what happened was, I talked about 8 years ago. What actually caused a lot of the consternation was when we got to 10 o'clock and Virginia had been called. Virginia had not been called.
Right.
And then I remember it was 10:30, and Virginia still had not been called. And that's when I said, and I'll never forget, we were the then president of TV One, so we were all there. And so we're in the break. He comes up to me. He was like, "Roland, the people here getting nervous. Do something." I was like, "What the fuck?" I said, "What the fuck am I supposed to do?" And he was like. And he said, I forgot what he said to me, and I literally said, "Go sit your ass down."
Right.
And I literally turned to the executive. I said, "If he comes to talk to me again, I'm gonna cuss his ass out." You know, I did. I had to cuss him out. He knew I did, because it was like, I was like, "What the hell are you talking about?" I said, "I can't." I said, "We see what's actually happening." And then all of a sudden, again, when Virginia was extremely close, and then all of a sudden you begin to see. How it was going, and the closer you got to midnight and 12, and so that's why I saw one post. They said they called Virginia for Harris. I'm looking to see who else has called that, because I'm looking at the clock to see what that comes down to. But again, I'm also reminding folks 2020, Biden Harris. First of all, election wasn't called to Friday, Saturday.
Right.
It was Saturday.
Right.
And if you look at 2020. They only won Wisconsin by 20,000 votes. And then you look at, it wasn't a large margin in Michigan. And then it was 10,700 or so, 11,000 whatever in Georgia, 10,000 in Arizona. And so it was a much larger win in Pennsylvania. But that's what we're looking at here. Again, we're not going to know, I think probably the closer we get to midnight to see how this shapes up. And then we'll see if those black counties in Georgia, if they're able to come roaring through as they normally are late. And so usually when it's about 75% of the ballots in, all of a sudden, that's when CP time works for us. Because those black votes, they kick in, and all of a sudden, you see that lead just going down. And that's the thing. And so, again, you do all you can, and you have to wait to see what the results are.
Well, let me just tell y'all, my black vote was on time this year because I was an early vote. I voted last week. I made sure to do that. But to your point about people having frenzy and everything, who did they say last week? Keep Kamala and carry Angela. So I think that's what we need to start saying to everybody before we start cussing them out. But I want to go back to 2016, and I still have a little PTSD, and this is what I wanted to say about Pennsylvania. I was on the ground canvassing for Hillary. You know, I believed in it. There was a busload of us who went there. We were in Philly. The campaign gave us our marching orders. And diplomatically, I think a lot more obviously could have been done. And as someone who was there, we were in Rittenhouse Square. And listen, I'm not from Philly, but I knew it was a nice area. And I knew that every door that I knocked on, they were like, we know where our polling place is. We know who we're voting for. Get out of our faces. But we weren't going anywhere where there were black voters. And that was a place where she should have won. But, you know, I think there was a lot more work. And in contrast, I think this campaign has been extremely thoughtful. They have been everywhere from Bucks County to Pittsburgh to, you know, everywhere across the state, and people have been on the ground. So they've been a lot more thoughtful. And I'm not saying I'm calling it, but they have been they put everything on the line in Pennsylvania.
So they got a lot more money now, too.
Yeah, they did. And now a lot of people here fundraise to make sure that they did. But I'm just saying, even when it comes to making sure people on the ground, we're not ignoring our voters or people, even rural voters, or, you know, and to your point, this campaign has been very thoughtful in coalition buildings. You know, bringing people from across the aisle, bringing people she's like, I know you may not even vote for me, or people who, obviously paying attention to people who are making this, one issue voters, and obviously, like you said, people who have issues over, ISPAL and in Gaza. And I think, this is my personal opinion, obviously, I'm who am I, but I feel like if you don't vote, this is, you shouldn't have any say in the civic process. You shouldn't be able to call your member of Congress afterwards. You shouldn't be able to have Twitter fingers or do anything, because you are, in essence, giving someone else the right. You're agreeing what's going on. You make it easy for anybody else, especially if it's somebody that, has proven that they'll be a dictator, do whatever they want to do to you. So I hope that, and I think that's probably the hardest demographic to reach out to. But, how haughty do you have to be to just say, I'm just not going to vote? Right.
And 1/3 of Americans still do not vote.
Right.
If you don't vote, like you said, you can't complain about anything. You can't complain about the traffic. That's all in your vote.
Exactly.
You can't complain about anything.
I always say voters shut the hell up.
Right.
Okay.
I believe those people who don't vote are.
So I remember I was traveling home on my afternoon commute on the Metro, and I was playing with my phone on Facebook, I believe, and I came across an advertisement for modern accent walls, and I was like, oh, that's something cool that I want, because I've been trying to decide on what to do with one of the feature walls in my house for the last 2 years. And then I looked a little bit closer and I realized that you all were located in the DMV area. The consultation was perfect. Mr. Gary came out to the house and he said, well, where's the wall?
Don't feel like they have anything to contribute in the moment, because frankly, a lot of them don't. But this is the one time that you do have something to do with this, because it is your right.
When it comes to getting to market in a more quick manner, Popular Pays helps us move quickly and efficiently, as we all.
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that?
Why won't you say the word crisis?
You're not answering my question.
Is that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean?
What does that mean?
Did any of that make sense?
What's your response?
What happened?
Why?
It's time for the CBS News Original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has that glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to
49.3% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 48.7% of the vote. Donald Trump is ahead by more than 15,000 votes. That's with more than half, 56% of the estimated vote, but still a lot of vote to come in the Commonwealth of Virginia. In New Hampshire, Harris with 53.4% of the vote. Donald Trump with 45.9% of the vote. Harris with an 18,000 plus vote lead. That's with under a third of the vote counted in New Hampshire. 30% of the estimated vote counted in New Hampshire. In Ohio, Donald Trump in the lead, 54.3% of the vote. Harris with 44.8% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 332,000 plus vote lead. That's with almost 60%, 58% of the estimated vote counted in the Buckeye state. Now let's go to John King at the Magic Wall. John.
And so, Jake, you lay out the results, and there are some surprises there, right? At least where we are right now. So we just want to go back and follow up where we were with David Chellian was talking about some of the outstanding vote. We know in Virginia is early vote, and that percentage is going to jump, and we know that the vice president is doing quite well in that vote. So I just want to show you what he means by how this can change. Again, Donald Trump's lead has been shrinking. It was 16,000 not that long ago. It's 12,395 now. Look at the Northern Virginia suburbs here. I just want to show you these circles help us understand where are there live outstanding votes, meaning votes that we know are out there that have not been counted yet. Right? You see the big circles, the biggest circles around the Northern Virginia suburbs, also Richmond and the suburbs around that, and some big Republican circles down here, Virginia Beach area, and some here in the suburbs more to the south, the exurbs south of Richmond. But I want to focus up here, and just to show you why you can say early on, you say, whoa, what's happening here? But then things can change pretty quickly when large population centers report their votes. So let's take Fairfax County. It's the largest of the suburban counties.
So how much did it cost to fill your tank?
Almost $100.
How much is the car payment?
$140.
And what about insurance?
$180.
No, thank you. State Farm was trying to charge me $197 for car insurance. I got a friend who told me about this website, and now I'm spending $58 a month. Full coverage. That's saving $139. It's amazing. All you do, you just go.
Competitive this year, but you can see just right there in that one county, there's a lot of votes still out, and she's winning disproportionately in the math right now. That can change, but it generally tracks when you get above 60% of the vote. And so just in that one county right there, the math, when those votes come in, the math can change. So it doesn't mean it will, but there's more than enough Democratic votes still outstanding, or votes outstanding in Democratic areas is the better way to put it, for that to happen. So let's check in on the other battlegrounds as we go through. This one, again, go back in time. This was the closest Donald Trump victory in a battleground state of the battlegrounds he won. 74,000 votes, 483, 74,483. 4 years ago, he's 110 ahead right now, but we're only at 54% of the vote, right? So you see these gray areas. What are those? That's where you have no votes in yet. So we're still waiting. Some of these smaller counties. This one.
All right, we also have with us right now on the broadcast Harsh Shringla, the ambassador who's joining us. Mr. Shringla, thank you so much for speaking to CNN News 18. We've just gotten these early results, early trends coming in right now. Trump surging past 150 electoral votes. In fact, he's holding on to his lead in important states like North Carolina and Georgia as well. But if we talk about the U.S. presidential election, you know, it's been full of twists and turns with 2 assassination attempts on Donald Trump. From India's perspective, I wanted to understand from you how important
for Nebraska. Let's see if we have. We have 20% reporting with Dan Osborne leading. This would be a huge upset if this is what we're going to see in the end. But still, a lot of votes left to be counted. Let's see where those votes are remaining. They're remaining overwhelmingly in Omaha and Lincoln. So let's see what the breakdown right now is. Dan Osborne is taking 62% of the vote right now in Omaha and 64% of the vote right now in Lancaster County, which is where Lincoln, Nebraska is. So we'll keep an eye on what Dan Osborne, the independent, is doing out of Nebraska. And of course, Missouri, we're watching the Lucas Kuntz, Josh Hawley race right now, but there's only 14% reporting. Colorado has been called for Kamala Harris. We can report that Colorado has been called for Kamala Harris. So that will add to her total now. She's at half of the electoral votes that Donald Trump is. Again, none of this is a surprise.
We're talking houses for $5,000 to $10,000 and land for as little as $1,000. This is by far the biggest hack in real estate right now. And I'm sure, as you know, right now your cash is turning to trash. That is why I believe tax liens and deeds to be the best way for you to get into real estate. You can buy property for
that result right here. We have 0% reporting right now. So as soon as that comes in, we will bring that to you as well. And let's look at the Senate race out of Maryland as well. Okay, that race has been called for Angela Alsobrooke. So that's some good news out of Maryland. Larry Hogan, an extremely popular former governor of Maryland. So for Angela Alsobrooke to win that state is a big victory for Democrats there as they sought to wage some type of a pickup opportunity against Democrats in Maryland. So good news out of Maryland as far as the U.S. Senate is concerned. Still no call in Nebraska or Missouri, where we are awaiting those results. There's also Senate races happening in Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio, and Pennsylvania that we're going to keep an eye on for the rest of the night tonight. Just a quick note for those watching right now, if you're not yet subscribed to this channel and you want to stay on top of my coverage throughout the entirety of this week until the election is called in all of these races, the best way to support this channel is to subscribe. I don't do paid ads or sponsorships or anything like that. All I would ask for is that you hit the subscribe button to support my work and stay on top of these live streams until the entirety of the election is finished here. So go ahead and hit the subscribe button right here on the screen. It doesn't cost you anything, but again, the best way to support my work, this live stream, and the team that I have with me. 73% reporting in Georgia right now. Let's look at where the votes are remaining. All the Democratic strongholds. We are seeing the vast majority of votes remaining in the Atlanta suburbs, where Kamala Harris is overperforming, and as well as Savannah, Augusta, and Columbus. So still a lot of votes left to be counted. As I mentioned before, if we want to look at how the vote totals are comparing with 2020, right now, Kamala Harris is seeing swings to the left of between 4 and 6 or 7 points in a lot of these suburbs of Atlanta. So Paulding County with 91,000 votes, 4.5 point swing to the left. Columbia County, 82,000 votes, just a pretty negligible 0.5 point swing to the right. But then Fayette, Douglas, Rockdale, and Jackson all swinging 4 points to the left, 6 points to the left, 6.7 points to the left, 2.3 points to the left. So these are the numbers that she needs to hit. And again, Georgia is going to be a close race because this is a race where Joe Biden only beat Donald Trump by 0.2 of a point in 2020. But good news so far on these numbers out of Georgia. We won't know anything until all of these ballots are counted, and we still have 1.4 million left to be counted. And remember, Biden only beat Trump by about 12,000 votes in Georgia in 2020. So not a lot that we can glean so far with the numbers that we have. Let's take a look out of Pennsylvania. Only 28% reporting so far. And the votes remaining are in the population centers. So a lot of votes remaining in Philadelphia, in Harrisburg, in Pittsburgh. If we look at Pittsburgh, for example, the historical comparison, Donald Trump and Joe Biden in 2020, Kamala Harris is right now exceeding those margins in Allegheny County. So that is good news so far for Democrats, with half of the votes counted there. Let's go to Philly. Kamala Harris with 22% reporting, so not much, but Kamala Harris is beating her margin there, so she is hitting the numbers she needs to hit. We go up to Bucks County. Kamala Harris is well overperforming, but again, not much we can read out of that because we're only 18% reporting. We go up to Northampton County. Again, 32% reporting, but Kamala Harris is far exceeding Joe Biden's number in 2020, so something to keep an eye on out there. And I believe Lehigh County, is that north? I don't think so. Let's see, where's Lehigh County? I'll get it eventually. I'll just hit every single county until I find Lehigh. There we go. We got Lehigh County. With only 18% reporting, Kamala Harris is running 9 points ahead of Joe Biden. So good news so far, but a lot left to be counted out of Pennsylvania. Let's talk about North Carolina for just a brief moment. I know people are upset about North Carolina. This was not part of Kamala Harris's path to victory. It wasn't part of Joe Biden's path to victory in 2020. This would have been gravy. So I wouldn't look too much into this in terms of what we're seeing in North Carolina. This is a state that Democrats have not won statewide in a long time. It has been several election cycles. I believe the last time we won North Carolina was 2008, if I'm not mistaken. So it has been quite a while. Right now, no surprises from this map. The only swing state that's gone in Donald Trump's favor is North Carolina. But again, just to caveat this was not part of Kamala Harris's path to victory. Let's take a look at some of the House races, or let's take a look at the Senate map real quick and see if we have any calls. So far, no interesting calls that we didn't expect or that we haven't spoken about before. The Senate, again, if you look at the win probability, the Republicans are likely to control the Senate because we did give up West Virginia, and it's going to be a close race in Montana and Ohio. So the pickup opportunities were Florida, and of course Rick Scott has beat Debbie Mukersel-Powell in Florida. Let's go over to the gubernatorial map. Nothing thus far other than to reiterate what we spoke about before, which is that Democrats have retained the gubernatorial seat in North Carolina. Josh Stein has defeated Mark Robinson, who got himself into a lot of trouble with some of the things he said on message boards and some of the things he said out loud in the last few weeks and months. So not a huge surprise there on the gubernatorial front. Heading into the House, it is a neck-and-neck race here. Let's look at some of these races out of Pennsylvania, for example. We're going to keep an eye on Pennsylvania's 1st congressional district. Let's see. Do we have... Okay, we're looking at the 7th congressional district here. This is a closely guarded district. We're looking at the 9th congressional district. Let's see, was that on the list? Nope, I made that up. It is the 8th congressional district that we're keeping an eye on. Here we go. So still a close race here. 2/3 of the vote in. Matt Cartwright is hanging on. And if we look at the historical comparison, he is exceeding his margins from 2022. So that is some good news. Then we head over to, I believe it's PA 10, where 40% of the vote is reporting. So we still have 60% remaining. But right now, Democrats are looking to unseat Scott Perry. That would be a huge flip in Pennsylvania's 10th congressional district. Far-right Republican Scott Perry is right now fighting for his life out of Pennsylvania's 10th congressional district. So we will keep an eye on all of those races out of PA. And of course, let's head over to Maine's 2nd congressional district here. Only 2% reporting, but this is Jared Golden. He's somebody who's been able to buck trends from his state and stay in office before. If you look at his race back in 2022, able to eke out a win by 4 points, or 3.5 points, really. So we'll look for him to maintain those margins, but only 2% reporting out of Maine's 2nd congressional district. Let's head over to Michigan. The seats that we're looking at are Michigan's 7th congressional district, which has been, maybe that wasn't the right one. This doesn't look like much of a, oh, no. No, this isn't the right one. I'm trying to look for Alyssa Slotkin's district back in, you would think that I would be, I probably missed it. Okay, well now that oh, it's because I'm on the wrong state. That's probably why. I meant to click on Michigan and I'm in Wisconsin. So let's go to Michigan here and go to Michigan's 7th congressional district. And we have no call right now. Only 35% reporting. This is a district that Alyssa Slotkin held barely in 2022. So we'll check back on this one when we have more of the vote reporting here. Nothing reporting out of Michigan's 8th, which is another one that we're going to keep an eye on, as well as Michigan's 10th. And this is this is one that only has 4% reporting right now. So let's head back to the presidential race. And we will go to Georgia. "77% reporting. The votes remaining, of course, Savannah, Augusta, Columbus, and many of the counties around Atlanta, with I think the lion's share in Gwinnett County. To give you an idea of what that looks like in terms of results, Gwinnett County is going for Kamala Harris 60-38 thus far. That's only with 17% reporting. So good to have those votes still outstanding. This is the presidential map as it stands right now. Let's take a look at Pennsylvania. Only 33% reporting right now. But if you look, the win probability is just about even, 51-49. And of course, that's important because Pennsylvania is the tipping point state. So right now, it's just about even. But again, if anybody's looking for anything to cling on to for some sense of hope here, it is the fact that Kamala Harris has a 1-point probability lead over Donald Trump in the state of Pennsylvania. A lot of votes left to be counted, though. But if you look at where those votes remain, Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, and let's see what Harrisburg, how that's breaking. So that's breaking in Kamala's favor as well. So good news that the votes that are outstanding right now are largely in areas of the state where they are favoring Kamala Harris. And we take a look at Erie. 0 votes reporting from there, but that's going to be a very close county as well. Joe Biden only leading by a point in 2020. So a lot of votes left to be counted in Pennsylvania, but hopefully just by virtue of looking at where the votes are remaining in this state, that should give you at least some comfort as we head deeper and deeper into this process. For those just tuning in, this is what the presidential map looks like right now. Only swing state to go thus far is North Carolina, which was one of the 2 states that we expected to be called this evening. This is not a state that Democrats have won in the past. This is not a state that Democrats have won in the last several cycles. The last time Democrats took North Carolina was 2008. So just to give you an indication of the extent to which this state was a reach. The fact that it was on the list for Democrats was a testament to how aggressive they were being in these last few weeks of this campaign, but not by any means necessary to win North Carolina if we want to win this race. Let's go to the Senate map right now and see if any races have been called. It looks like not. No races have been called since we looked at it last. Reproductive rights initiatives. Let's look here at Nebraska. We only have 12% reporting right now, but right now it is the right to an abortion is winning on that ballot in Nebraska. Then we head over to Missouri. Only 2% reporting, so not much that we can glean from there. Also, that ballot failed in Florida Florida has a 60% threshold, so you can see that they got 56% of the vote voted for a reproductive rights ballot. 56% still wasn't enough because there is a supermajority threshold, basically, where you need 60% of the vote to amend the state constitution, which of course is a form of voter suppression in and of itself, because you need a supermajority to be able to pass laws, meaning the minority will be able to rule in this instance, and you only have 43% of the voters who voted who voted against this amendment. For those who need some good news, Bloomberg's Jennifer Epstein reports some signs of hope that the Harris camp sees, slightly higher than expected support in early votes from suburban Georgia, outperforming the 2020 results in Douglas and Rockville counties, no rural surge for Trump. Long lines remain at 2 UNC campuses, although at this point that's not going to be very helpful, and favorable additional late arriving mail ballots and long lines at the University of Michigan. So just a little bit of good news out in a few of these states here. It is 9 minutes to the hour, almost 10 p.m., where we're going to see a raft of states close, including Idaho, Montana, Nevada, and Utah. I would not hold your breath for any result in Nevada tonight. Nevada may take several days to be able to count votes, depending on how close it is. I believe in 2020, we were literal days, if not close to a week, for Nevada to finally get all of its votes in. Let's take a look at Iowa right now. Oh, only 19% reporting. Let's see where the votes are remaining. Well, probably the vast majority of the state, with only 19% reporting. So a lot of these counties, these rural counties up here, 0% reporting, 0% reporting. So we will check back in with Iowa shortly. Heading back over to Georgia, 79% of the vote in, still 1.1 million votes remaining. This is a race that Joe Biden won by just 12,000 votes in 2020. Let's take a look at the blue wall states as they stand right now. So we'll start off with Wisconsin. Right now, Kamala Harris leading 51% to 47% with only 28% in. Head over to Michigan. Kamala Harris leading 51.9 to 46 with only 16% of the vote in. And of course, heading out to Pennsylvania, we're looking at Kamala leading 50.7 to 48.5 with 38% of the vote in. So that's a quick look at the blue wall. Just a reminder, if we are looking at the forecast here, if Kamala Harris is to win Wisconsin, let's go to the forecast. Let's make a prediction here. If Kamala Harris is to win Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, something happened to this map. What have I done to this map? Let's see. It should be 270. I think I flipped something somewhere. Let's refresh this map. Oh, I have forecast. Oh, I don't think it's oh, weird. 276. What else have I accidentally flipped? Here we go. Iowa. So just with these blue wall states of Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, that would be enough to win the Electoral College for Kamala Harris. And then, of course, we're still waiting on results from Iowa, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada. North Carolina has gone red for Donald Trump, so that is one state off of the board for Democrats. And that was a pickup opportunity, but it was not required for her path to victory. In fact, Joe Biden didn't win that state either in 2020. So let's head back to the live results here. We're still at 79% reporting out of Georgia. It is going to be a lot of counting left in Georgia. We have 1.1 million votes remaining. That's what the historical comparison looks like. Of course, it's not really too helpful right now because if you look at the votes remaining, they come from these Democratic population centers of where Savannah is, Augusta, Columbus, Atlanta, and Atlanta suburbs. If you look at the main county where the votes are still outstanding, it's Gwinnett. And to see how Kamala Harris is faring in Gwinnett, it is by a 22-point margin here. So the fact that there are still 365,000 votes remaining in a county where Kamala Harris is beating Donald Trump by 22 points is at least some welcome news for Democrats. Thank you, by the way, for everybody watching. We've got about 100,000 people watching live right now, which is great. And a big thank you to Decision Desk HQ, which made this technology, this county-level tech available for live streamers for the first time. So I know a lot of people don't have the ability to watch mainstream media, don't have the desire to watch mainstream media. So it's very cool that we now have the opportunity to be able to get accurate, up-to-the-minute information to everybody online on YouTube, where more people are watching anyway. With that said, just a quick note for those who are watching, if you want to support this stream, support my work, the best way to do that is to just hit the subscribe button. It doesn't cost you anything. It is, and I don't do paywalls or sponsorships on my channel, so that is the best way to support this stream. Okay, and now we wait for votes to be counted. We checked in with the blue wall. So far, Kamala Harris is leading in all of them, but a lot of votes left to be counted so far. Okay, so that is the update we have right now. Not a lot of news as we await these votes being counted. Decision Desk HQ has just called a race. Utah for Donald Trump, so no surprise there. Montana as well called for Donald Trump. So none of these races are surprising, but it is now 10 o'clock Eastern, and we're looking at a few more races that have been called for Trump. Again, all safe Republican states, no surprises in any of these. As soon as we have any updates besides Montana and Utah, we'll bring them to you here. Let's head over to the U.S. Senate map. Utah's Senate race has, of course, been called for John Curtis before a single vote has been counted. No surprise there as well. Let's check in Nebraska, 40% almost reporting, and Dan Osborne is leading Deb Fischer. He is the independent candidate, leading Deb Fischer, 53 to 46. So we will, of course, keep a very close eye on that race. Let's see where the votes are remaining there. Overwhelmingly in Omaha and in...
I chose Wix for my business because of its massive scope for functionality and freedom of creation. Being able to integrate and change and develop at my own pace. I offer a range of products and services. To manage it all from one place is essential. It gave me time back in my day to get going on actual projects. It really just made everything feel more achievable.
In the middle of the state, and let's see how those are breaking. So smaller counties, but breaking in Deb Fischer's favor. We have no results here. So a lot left to be counted in the state of Nebraska here. We will keep an eye on that. Again, 39% reporting as Dan Osborne leads Deb Fischer with almost 600,000 votes left to be counted. Checking into Missouri, where Lucas Kunce is facing off against Josh Hawley. Right now, with 23% reporting, Lucas is leading Hawley by less than a point, or by about 1.1 points. So a lot of votes left to be counted there, about 77% of the vote left to be counted out of Missouri. We will check in as soon as we have any updates with that one as well. The gubernatorial races, no calls thus far since the last time, other than, of course, the big one, which is Josh Stein defeating Mark Robinson, one of the more deplorable figures that I've ever seen. Josh Stein has defeated Mark Robinson after Mark Robinson made himself out to be somehow more extreme than Donald Trump. Let's head over to the presidential map once more. So we are waiting for votes to be counted at this point. So you can get up, take a stretch. Still no call from New Jersey, although I imagine that will be that'll be called pretty soon. Decision Desk HQ has called a race in Colorado. Lauren Boebert has won her re-election in Colorado's 4th congressional district. So let's go to the House, and we can head over to Colorado. Lauren Boebert has won re-election in the 4th congressional district. I don't know why it's not showing up right now, but they have made that call, and Lauren Boebert will remain in Congress. She, of course, moved out of the 3rd congressional district to escape Adam Frisch, where she only won re-election by 534 votes in 2022, and went over to the more conservative 4th congressional district. We don't have results showing up right now, but That race has been called for Lauren Boebert in Colorado. Of course, Kamala Harris has won the state of Colorado over Donald Trump. Worth pointing that out as well. So far, with about half of the vote in, she's beating Joe Biden's margin by about half a point. In terms of reading into the win probability, I'm getting that question. I wouldn't focus on it too much. These races are going to be razor thin. There are still there are millions of votes left to be counted in the states. So at this point, I would just wait and see. There's really no point gleaning anything from win probabilities. For people who are worried about the Electoral College numbers, they are lopsided right now, but not bad. These are all exactly what we expected. Look, remember, we're expecting 54 right off the bat for California. When those come in, we have Oregon and Washington, which will go blue as well. New Mexico will go blue as well. So do not worry about the fact New Jersey's electoral votes and Connecticut's electoral votes are going to bring it right back up to where we expect it to be. Just take a little bit more time to count these votes. All of those states are safe blue. So do not worry about the electoral vote differential right now. It's going to come down to Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada. So those are the votes we're looking at. I'm not concerned about the fact that Trump is leading 220 to 108 in a bunch of safe red states. That's not really a concern at this moment. Let's take a look at Iowa, where the Ann Seltzer poll predicted Trump losing by 3 points. Right now, only 24% of the votes being counted. And if we look at where these votes are remaining, it's probably going to be the majority of the state. So no point reading too much into this right now. But as it stands right now, it looks like actually it's been called. Iowa has been called. So a miss from Ann Seltzer, who hasn't missed since 2004. The state of Iowa has been called for Donald Trump. So, of course, not on the pickup list for Donald Trump, but when the Ann Seltzer poll came out, that was kind of sent shockwaves through the zeitgeist here because she hasn't been wrong since 2004, but clearly overstated the support for Kamala Harris as Donald Trump is leading about 49.9 to 48.8. There's still 76% of the vote in, but this race has been called for Donald Trump, and that is Iowa. Again, not part of Kamala Harris's path to victory, but interesting that Ann Seltzer was wrong on a presidential poll, and she hasn't been wrong since 2004. So that is the map as it stands right now. Let's take a look at early Arizona numbers. 33% are reporting right now, and Kamala Harris up 50.7 to 48.5. Not much we can learn from this, with Maricopa County reporting about 56% of its votes, and that is where 70% of the votes in the state come from. Oh, I'm sorry, not, no, I'm thinking of Nevada. The majority of the votes come from Maricopa County, but not 70%. Okay, gonna go full screen on these results for a minute while I just stretch for the first time in 4 hours here. So let's go full on these results. The map will update if we have any results, and I'll be back in just a few minutes. Back to the presidential map here. No new results. Let's head over to Georgia and see how it's looking so far. We've got 83% reporting. Right now, the win probability is in Trump's favor as he leads 51.8 to 47.5. But if we look at where the votes are remaining, again, same story. It is largely the Atlanta suburbs as well as Columbus, Savannah, and actually it looks like Augusta might be fully counted here. Let's check out the live results in Augusta. 92% counted there. So that is one less county where Kamala needed to pull some votes out of. But of course, if we head over to Chatham County, which is where Savannah, Georgia is, we still have 88,000 votes to go, and she's leading by 22 points there. Head over to Columbus. Same story, about 24,000 votes to go, and she's leading 62 to 37. And then, of course, once we get into the blue cluster, that is the Atlanta suburbs, still a lot of blue votes remaining. Gwinnett, she is leading 22 points. DeKalb, she's leading by a healthy margin, 81.3 to 17. And let's see that comparison to where it was in 2020. So with 93% of the vote to go, she is not meeting the benchmark that was set by Joe Biden in 2020. She needs to get that number up to 83%, but 35,000 votes still remaining there. It looks like about a 2-point swing in Trump's favor in DeKalb County. With that said, there are a lot of these Atlanta suburbs, for example, where she has made gains. So, for example, if we look at a lot of these suburbs here, we're looking at Paulding County, 91,000 votes, 4.5 points to the left. Fayette, Douglas, Rockdale, all swings to the left, 4.1 points, 6.3 points, 6.7 points. Jackson County, 2.3 points to the left. So we'll see if these numbers hold up, but still a lot of votes left to be counted in Georgia. Votes remaining. Let's go to live results here. We still have, let's go to statewide rather. We still have almost 900,000 votes left to be counted. And remember, Joe Biden won this state by 12,000 votes. So it is going to be close. You don't have to glean anything one way or the other from what we're looking at here. Back to the presidential map, nothing new that we're waiting for here. Let's take a look at the blue wall states, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. So first, taking a look at Wisconsin, is this 99% reporting? No, I think there's an issue here. That doesn't seem right. This seems to be glitchy in some respect. This is not 99% reporting. I'm not sure what. Very strange. I think we have a little bit of a glitch happening in Wisconsin because right now it's saying win probability is 50-50 with 0 votes remaining. So there's an issue in Wisconsin, but we'll come back to that. Let's go to Michigan. Statewide, Kamala Harris is leading 52 to 46. Only 23% of the vote is in right now. So still a lot of vote left to be counted, over 4 million ballots left. And taking a look at Pennsylvania, only half of the votes have been counted, and Trump is leading by just over 2 points. If we look at where the vote totals are remaining right now, largely Philadelphia and Pittsburgh. Take a look at Erie County up in northwestern Pennsylvania. Let's look at the live results there. If we look at this compared to the 2020 race, with only 34% of the vote in, we can see that Kamala Harris is far exceeding the vote total that Joe Biden was able to take. So some good news out of a county like Erie, where Right now, she's running ahead. Of course, we'll see those numbers get a little bit closer as the Election Day vote continues to get counted. But so far, good signals out of Erie, Pennsylvania, and good signals considering the votes that are remaining right now are largely in Philadelphia, where she's leading 78-20. Let's see, for comparison, how that looked with Joe Biden. So she is not hitting the numbers that she needs to hit in Philadelphia, but a lot of votes left to be counted, over 400,000 to be exact. Curious to see why they haven't called New Jersey yet, but I presume that will be called pretty soon. Still a lot of votes, 1.6 million votes left to be counted in New Jersey. And we can check out the Senate races to see if there's been any calls in the U.S. Senate. Nothing since the last time we checked in. We're still waiting on Nebraska, for example. So let's look at Nebraska, where Dan Osborne is still leading Deb Fischer, 52.5 to 47.5. That is a 5-point lead over the incumbent Republican senator. This is an independent candidate who's been overperforming throughout the entire evening. So let's see where the votes are remaining, largely in Omaha and Lincoln, which favor him. So if we click on Omaha, he's leading 58 to 41. And if we go to Lincoln, he is leading 62 to 37. So if that's where the vast majority of votes are remaining, that favors Dan Osborne. But overall, in Nebraska, we still have 500,000 votes left to be counted. So we will stay on top of that race as soon as we have any updates. Let's check in on Lucas Kunce versus Josh Hawley in Missouri. Hawley has taken the lead since the last time we checked in on this. There's about a third of the votes have been counted, and Hawley's leading 50 to 47.4. So not much we can glean from this here. If we look at where the votes are remaining, definitely within the Democratic population centers, but still a lot of votes left to be counted in this state. Over 2 million left to be counted in Missouri. Back to the presidential race here. It looks like there has been a call. Georgia has flipped to Trump. Decision Desk has called the race for Donald Trump in Georgia. Which seems very surprising to me. Georgia has been called for Donald Trump. That is true. Okay, so this is the map as it stands right now. I do want to reiterate that Kamala Harris has a path to victory. It is the blue wall. It is through Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. But some bad news for Kamala Harris's campaign in that North Carolina, one swing state that her So this is the map where it stands right now. Again, Looking at Georgia, this race has been called by Decision Desk for Donald Trump. We are looking at still 630,000 votes remaining, but with 88% reporting, Decision Desk has called this race in Trump's favor. Okay, so let's talk about the path to victory here. The path to victory remains the same, and that is through Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. So let's keep an eye on those states right now. I'm not worried about the fact that most of the map is red. These are safe Republican states. At this point, we are looking at Wisconsin. We had a little bit of a glitch here before. Now it's been fixed. So there is Trump is leading just by 0.4 of a point in Wisconsin, a 50-50 win probability. Really, with 1.55 million votes, it is anybody's game in Wisconsin. If we look at where the votes are remaining, Green Bay, Milwaukee, and Madison are the main population centers, and those perform well for Democrats. So that's the situation right now in Wisconsin, a 50-50 race. Trump is only up by 0.4 of a point with 52% in. Heading over to Michigan, Kamala Harris leading 51.7 to 46.5. Again, right now, the important thing to note is that there is only 24% reporting, so a lot of votes left to be counted in Michigan. Anyone's game here as far as the winner is concerned. And finally, heading over to Pennsylvania, this is what it looks like right now. Trump leading 50.9 to 48.2. The win probability is just about even. There's still 3.1 million votes remaining, about half the votes left to be counted. If we look at where the votes are remaining here, the majority of them are in Philadelphia and the Philadelphia suburbs, as well as Pittsburgh. So we'll keep an eye on these races as they continue to play themselves out here. But really, the rest of the map is kind of inconsequential at this point. Her path to victory, Kamala Harris's path to victory, is Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. It's not entirely likely that we'll get results in any of those places tonight. So we'll keep an eye on what's going to happen in those blue wall states up in the Rust Belt, hopefully within the next few hours, but possibly within the next day. As we head toward 11 o'clock, we're waiting for the polls to close in California, Idaho, Oregon, and Washington. So that's going to happen within the next 20 minutes. But again, all of our attention right now is going to be on the blue wall states of Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. As far as Pennsylvania is concerned, CBS is reporting that Kamala needs to win 52% of the remaining vote to win in Pennsylvania, and they think that she'll win 54%. So I know that our path to victory is narrow, but it certainly is winnable. Certainly is winnable at this point. Remember, Kamala Harris can also afford to lose Nevada and Arizona so long as she wins Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. Let's see how the results are looking right now in Arizona. With 53% of the vote, Kamala Harris is leading 49.8 to 49.4. So a very tight race in Arizona with Kamala Harris up almost half a point. About half the votes are in, 1.5 million votes remain. Going back to the U.S. Senate races, in Nebraska, 44% of the vote is in. Dan Osborne is holding on to his almost 5-point lead, 52.3 to 47.7. He is the independent candidate running against Republican incumbent Deb Fischer. So we'll come back to this, and we've got 500,000 votes left to be counted in Nebraska. Seeing how Lucas Kunce is doing in Missouri against Josh Hawley. He is down about 5 points here, with only 37% reporting. So we'll keep an eye on that. And of course, we have Senate races in Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and Montana, as well as Nevada, Arizona, and Missouri to keep an eye on as well throughout this evening. So we'll keep an eye out for any updates as they're called from Decision Desk. What's interesting is Decision Desk has called Georgia, but I don't believe any other network has called Georgia. Let me know in the chat if you're seeing any other network having called Georgia, whether it's NBC, CBS, Fox. I'm just curious, or AP. So it sounds like MSNBC has called Georgia, but the other outlets have not. AP has not called it. So interestingly, AP has not called Georgia, and I don't think, let me see. And neither has NBC. So right now I'm going by the results that Decision Desk has, and they have called Georgia for Donald Trump. Remains to be seen what happens, but as of right now, the information that I have in front of me is that Georgia was called by Decision Desk HQ. So remains to be seen, but it is, let's see what the New York Times has done with regard to Georgia. They have also not called Georgia, so. So this is the map where it stands thus far as Decision Desk is concerned. Again, there is a little bit of disparity between other maps. I know AP, NBC, New York Times have not called Georgia. I also know that they haven't called North Carolina either, which Decision Desk has called. Neither has NBC or I believe the AP has not called. The AP hasn't called it either. So Decision Desk HQ has called these races. So this is what we have right in front of me right now. But again, the path to victory has remained the path to victory all along, and that is Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. And I do expect that those will take a long time to count. we may see, as far as Michigan is concerned, we may see votes come in the morning as late as 4 a.m. So we could see Michigan get called sometime very, very, very late this evening. And that is because we're going to be waiting for votes out of Detroit, Wayne County. And that's Michigan. And if we look right now where the votes are remaining, right there, we can see 782,000 out of Wayne County, which is Detroit, and almost 500,000 out of Macomb County. And Kamala Harris is leading in Macomb County right now. Let's see how that compares to Joe Biden's margin in 2020. She is exceeding Joe Biden's margin by 6 points, but only 12% of the vote reporting. If we look at Detroit right now, exceeding but only 6% reporting. Grand Rapids, Kent County, she's exceeding but only 31% reporting. So a lot of votes left to be counted in the state of Michigan. And then finally heading back to, let's see if we can get more information in terms of when we will see results from Wisconsin. Let's see what we've got right now. A little over half of the vote is in. Let's go to Waukesha County. So Donald Trump not meeting his benchmark in Waukesha County yet. He is polling about 1.5 points below where he was in 2020. So Kamala Harris doing her job in Waukesha County right now. The margin that she needs to beat is plus 21 for Republicans, and right now she's at the margin that she needs to beat is plus 21 for Republicans. Right now, Republicans are at plus 19. So a little bit of movement in favor of Kamala Harris here in Waukesha County. And on the flip side, Donald Trump exceeding his numbers that he needs in, I think it's Ozaukee County. I'm probably saying that wrong, but this is him overperforming in this county here. So again, it goes both ways, and it's gonna really come down to what happens when the vast majority of these votes are counted. Right now, we are looking at 1.4 million votes remaining statewide. But Donald Trump just a tad bit above Kamala Harris, 0.7 of a point lead in the state of Wisconsin. We are waiting for votes to come in. A lot of these are in the population centers: Milwaukee, Madison, Green Bay. Okay, let's take a look at House races right now. I know that we have an update in Virginia, where we are looking at Virginia's 2nd congressional district. This has still not been called, but I think there is possibly a mistake. So Eugene Vindman's race, we've been able to hold that seat in Virginia's 7th congressional district that was previously held by Abigail Spanberger. This says 99% reporting, but it's not been called for Jennifer Kiggins, who is the incumbent. So I'm not sure if that's a mistake or if we're waiting for more results to come in, but it says 0 votes remaining. I think that might be a little bit off. Let's take a look at Arizona. Arizona, I believe it's the 1st congressional district. Yes, Arizona's 1st. So here we go. Let's see how we're doing on Arizona's 1st congressional district. 63% of the vote in, and right now we are looking at a slight lead and an overperformance over incumbent Republican Senator David Schweikert. David Schweikert just barely eked out a victory by 0.8 of a point in 2022, and right now trailing Amish Shah by a little over almost 2 points here in Arizona's 1st congressional district. Another one that we're keeping a look at is Kristen Engel in Arizona's 6th congressional district, about half of the votes in, and she is leading, overperforming her 2022 performance thus far. So at this point, we are waiting for votes to be counted. We're waiting, and we have all eyes on the blue wall states of Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Just a quick note for people who are tuning in who aren't yet subscribed to this channel. If you want to support this channel, the best way to do that is to hit the subscribe button. I don't do sponsorships or paid ads or anything like that, but the best way to support my work is just to hit the subscribe button right here on this screen. Okay, I do think we have a result in the U.S. Senate in Ohio. The race, let's see, live results. Do we have the Senate results here? I am reading online. Bernie Moreno has unseated Sherrod Brown in Ohio. So that was a race that Democrats were absolutely looking to hold. That pretty much puts the U.S. Senate out of reach for Democrats. Actually, it puts the U.S. Senate out of reach for Democrats. So the probability, as you can see, is 99%. It is all but a certainty that Republicans are going to take control of the U.S. Senate, having ousted Sherrod Brown in Ohio. That is a tough defeat. In a state, by the way, that Trump won by 8 points. So the fact that Sherrod Brown kept this competitive in a state that has trended so far to the right is a testament to how effective he's been in that state. But look, Ohio has not been a good state for Democrats in several election cycles. And if we're seeing 8 or 9 point margins, let's see what the margin is in the presidential race in Ohio right now. Margin in the presidential race is more than 10 points. So this is 12 points in Trump's favor. That margin was smaller for Sherrod Brown, but not enough for him to hang on to his seat, with that margin being at about 4 points. So ran ahead of Kamala Harris, but not enough to retain his seat. The state of Ohio has been called for Bernie Moreno unseating Sherrod Brown in the U.S. Senate. Let's go back to the presidential race here. Actually, let's go to see if there's any other updates in the Senate. Let's check in on Dan Osborne. His lead is shrinking as we approach the halfway mark, but he is still leading Deb Fischer, the incumbent Republican senator, by 3 points, 3.5 points here in Nebraska. Then looking over to Missouri, Josh Hawley, that race has been called. So Josh Hawley has defeated Lucas Kuntz, who ran an excellent campaign, and as good a campaign as one could possibly run in the state of Missouri. Josh Hawley has defeated Lucas Kuntz. That one hurts. Lucas is a good friend of mine, or has become a good friend of mine. So this race again has been called for Josh Hawley over Lucas Kuntz in the U.S. Senate. Again, a reach for Democrats and a reaching offensive opportunity, not one that was expected to go Democrats' way, but one that Democrats remained relatively competitive in, even just seeing the numbers right now. Lucas is running about 7 points, not even 7 points, 6.5 points, if I've got my math correct, 5, 6, 7, 7.5 points behind Josh Hawley. When you compare that with the presidential election in Missouri, it's a little bit better, a half a point better than Kamala Harris in that race. Let's check back in the blue wall states. So we have 79% reporting in Wisconsin, with Trump leading 62-36. Of course, remember that the votes remaining right now are largely in Democratic population centers like Green Bay, Milwaukee, and Madison, counties that are overwhelmingly in Kamala Harris's favor. This is what it looks like with 55% of the vote in. Let's see how that compares with her 2020 numbers in Milwaukee. So she is right now underperforming those numbers, but as they continue to count mail ballots, they will hopefully fall heavier in her favor. Let's take a look at Madison, Dane County. She's almost at Joe Biden's number, but again, not quite, with 88% of the votes counted, not meeting the number she needs to meet in Dane right now. And if we look at Brown County, which is where Green Bay is, Trump is running ahead of his numbers, but only 36% of the vote is in right now. So this is what the state of Wisconsin looks like. We have only 60% reporting, with 1.3 million votes left to tally. Let's head out to Michigan right now. Kamala Harris leading 51.9 to 46.4. 31% of the votes reporting. So we still have plenty left to count in the state of Michigan. And if we look over to Detroit, where only 19% of the vote is in, and we see how that stacks up to the 2020 numbers. Right now, of course, that far exceeds it, but that's because we are looking at heavy mail ballots being counted first, and then, of course, Election Day ballots will skew more in Donald Trump's favor. So we'll keep an eye on Michigan right now. And then finally, the last blue wall state, Pennsylvania. Trump leading 50.7 to 48.4, 2.5 million votes left to count. And if we're looking at where those votes remain, they're largely in Philadelphia, Pittsburgh. We have Erie up in the northwest corner. And let's see how we're looking right there in Erie. About half of the votes are in right now, and she is beating her numbers from 2020, Joe Biden's numbers from 2020, by about a little over 6 percentage points. So if those numbers hold, that obviously bodes well for Kamala Harris. But the big question is if they hold. Let's take a look at Harrisburg. Kamala Harris with about a little less than half the votes in. She's also exceeding Joe Biden's margins, which were 53 to 45, and right now she's running almost 60 to 39. So let's take a look at the map. We have California has been called for Kamala Harris here, and Idaho has been called for Donald Trump. Again, a lot of these states are just safe states, exactly what we anticipated would happen, so no surprises here. At this point, we are still waiting for calls in swing states of Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, which I don't anticipate are going to happen anytime soon. But we're also waiting for calls in Nevada and Arizona, which I anticipate will take a few days. Let's take a look at Maine right now. Only 6% reporting in Maine. And if we look at the House districts in Maine, only 2% reporting in Jared Golden's district. Only 7,000 votes in. We're waiting for 350,000 votes left to go. Let's take a look at Pennsylvania. A lot of competitive House races in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania's 7th congressional district, for example. Susie Wild is the incumbent, 90% reporting, and right now she is down in that race, but 37,000 votes to go. If we look at Pennsylvania's 8th congressional district, Matthew Cartwright seems to be holding on with 86%, the incumbent. The 10th, Scott Perry is failing to meet the numbers that he needs thus far, but only 2/3 of the votes are in right now. So that is a rare glimmer of hope that Scott Perry, one of the more conservative members of the House, one of the most conservative members of the House, is currently trailing in his bid for re-election in Pennsylvania. Not even worth it to look at California because these votes will take probably a week before we see any certainty in terms of the updates here. But this is the map as it stands right now. Her path to victory is narrow, but certainly exists, and that is through the blue wall states of Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. So we're going to keep an eye on all of those states, and hopefully we get some update relatively soon. But again, looking at Wisconsin, 60% reporting. Looking at Michigan, we've got 30% reporting, and looking at Pennsylvania, we've got 67% reporting. So a lot of votes still left to count in all of these states. They are neck and neck, and we'll stay on top of them. As soon as we have any updates here, I'll bring them to you. Let's take a look at the U.S. Senate map. We can say that Adam Schiff is officially the U.S. Senator from California. Congratulations to Adam Schiff. This is what the map looks like thus far. We are still waiting on Nebraska as well as senators in a raft of swing states, including Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Nevada, Arizona, and Montana, along with Dan Osborne's race, which about half reporting right now. Half of the state is reporting right now, so we still have 53% of the vote to go, 500,000 votes left to count in Nebraska. But this is what the Senate looks like. Republicans will have control of the U.S. Senate. In that it is likely going to be a situation where, let's see how the race looks right now in Montana. 5% reporting right now. John Tester in the fight of his life. He is trailing by about 11 points right now. About 10.5 points right now. But a lot of votes left to count, only 5% reporting. Let's check Virginia's House races. I'm being asked if we can get an update on Virginia's House races. So let's go to Virginia's 2nd and 7th. Here we go. Virginia's 2nd congressional district. It looks like, I think there is a bug on this one because let's see the other ones. It does look like maybe this is true. I'm curious why they haven't called this one. If we're looking at 99% reporting and 0 votes remaining and a difference of 16,000 votes, I anticipate there's an issue with this one because if there's no votes remaining, then I do think they probably would have called it, unless we're waiting on provisional or mail ballots to be counted still. Going to the 7th congressional district, Eugene Vindman, that was another one that we were keeping an eye on. He has retained that seat. That seat was previously held by Abigail Spanberger, who also won that district in 2022. So that is a glimmer of good news out in Virginia. Just a note for those watching, I know that some other sites do not have the same results. I'm going by Decision Desk HQ's results. That's the results that I have in front of me. I do want to flag that the New York Times still has North Carolina and Georgia as not called yet, although both of them have very likely Republican as far as those races being called. Let's go back to our map here. And let's check in Georgia. I know that this race has been called by Decision Desk HQ. Let's see how many votes are remaining. We have 500,000 votes remaining here. Many of them from Democratic population centers. I do want to flag that I know that AP, New York Times, and NBC have not called the race in Georgia. They've also not called the race in North Carolina. But right now I have the numbers that I'm going by in front of me, and so I'm going to use these numbers here. It looks like, let's check New Jersey's House races. We may have a call in New Jersey's House races. Is it New Jersey's 7th? Yes. Tom Keene looks poised to defeat Susan Altman. I believe that that's been called on a different site. ABC News has projected that Tom Keene has defeated Susan Altman. DDHQ has not yet called that race. Let's go to some New York races here. I believe we have possibly an update in New York. Okay. Nick LaLota was one of the Democrats one of the Republicans that Democrats were looking to oust, has won re-election in his seat. He was a vulnerable Republican. You can see that he won by just a hair less than he won by in 2022. So really no change other than about 1/10 of a point. New York's 4th congressional district. This is Anthony D'Esposito, who barely won his seat in 2022. He is currently trailing by 4/10 of a vote in New York's 4th congressional district, with 76% of the vote remaining. So we'll keep an eye on that one. Let's move over to New York's 17th. Mike Lawler currently beating Mondaire Jones. Mike Lawler unseated Sean Maloney, who was the head of the DCCC in 2022, in a surprise upset. Seems to have extended his lead quite a bit, but there's still 87,000 votes remaining in that race, only 76% reporting. So we will continue to keep an eye on that one. Moving over to New York's 19th congressional district, Josh Riley seems to be in good shape against Mark Molinaro, who is the current Republican incumbent House member in New York's 19th congressional district. About 3,000 votes remaining. 99% of the vote is in the 19th congressional district. Heading over to the 22nd congressional district. The incumbent, Brandon Williams, is currently trailing with 87% of the vote. So some good results thus far in New York that we're going to keep an eye on as these votes continue to come in. That's the state of the House right now. Let's go to the U.S. Senate, see if we have any update there. Still no update on the U.S. Senate. A lot of races to watch, including Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Nevada, Arizona, and Nebraska Taking a quick look at Nebraska right now, we should be about halfway through. Still 47% of the vote. Let's refresh this, see if there's any change. Still 47% of the vote, just over 500,000 votes left to count, as Dan Osborne continues to lead Deb Fischer, the incumbent Republican senator, out in Nebraska. Let's go back to the presidential election right now. Still no races called in Michigan, Wisconsin, or Pennsylvania. I believe we do have a flip in Democrats' favor in the House. Let's go to the House races here. And we can go to Alabama's 2nd congressional district. It doesn't look like it's updated here, but I do believe that's going to be a flip for the Democrats. NBC News has projected that Democrats win Alabama's 2nd House seat. So that isn't showing up yet, but I do anticipate that we will see that flip out of Alabama's 2nd. Right now, it doesn't look like we have any votes through Decision Desk HQ in Alabama right now. Okay, still no update right now. We are just waiting for votes to be counted. So at this point, I'm just going through Twitter right now and seeing if there are any updates across the broader political ecosystem here. According to Jen O'Malley Dillon, who is Kamala Harris's campaign manager, she said to Kamala Harris's staff, quote, "As we have known all along, this is a razor-thin race, and we have known all along that our clearest path to 270 electoral votes lies through the blue wall states, and we feel good about what we're seeing." Tells them to get some rest tonight. Let's take a look back at these blue wall states and see how Pennsylvania is looking. 74% of the vote in. We are still waiting for a lot of the vote to come out of Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, but we have 1.8 million votes to go. 229,000 of those are in Philadelphia, where Kamala Harris is leading, 77-21. Another 83,000 are in Allegheny County, which is Pittsburgh, where Kamala Harris is leading by 20 points, 59-39. And of course, in the outskirts of those counties as well. Let's take a look at Northampton County, Pennsylvania, 84% reporting. And to give you an idea, that was a county that Donald Trump lost to Joe Biden. So we'll see what happens with these remaining 29,000 votes in Northampton County. I know there's still a lot of students, and there were hours-long lines at Lehigh University, which is in Northampton. Bucks County, only half of the votes are in. Kamala Harris is trailing Joe Biden's margin, 49-51. So, but still winning Bucks County overall, but not the numbers that she needs to win as it relates to the 2020 margin. Just a quick note for anybody who's watching right now, if you want to support this channel, I don't do sponsorships or paid ads or put my content behind a paywall, the best way to support this channel is to just hit the subscribe button. It is completely free to do so, and this way you can stay on top of the election coverage as I continue to cover this throughout the evening. So just hit the subscribe button if you are not yet subscribed. I'm being told that, yes, the New York Times did call North Carolina for Donald Trump. I know that was a disparity between the Decision Desk map and the New York Times map, but according to the New York Times, North Carolina is in the Trump category. Hey, buddy. Let's see if we have any updates from some of these states like New Jersey, for example. 73% reporting. I wouldn't worry about this at all. We're just waiting for the votes to come in from New Jersey. It looks like in the time since, Connecticut has been called for Kamala Harris, 51 to 46. So that should bring those numbers up in the Electoral College. We're looking at 177 to 246 right now. I know that a number of outlets have not called Georgia, including the AP has not called Georgia. The New York Times has not called Georgia. And NBC has not called Georgia. I'm sure other outlets as well have not called Georgia, but we will. But Decision Desk HQ has called Georgia, and so that's the numbers that I have in front of me right now. Obviously, if something changes, then we'll bring that to you as soon as we have it. So at this point, it is going to be a lot of waiting for votes to be counted in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. And let's take a look at those results right now. Heading back to Wisconsin, right now it's looking like 50.7 to 47.8, so about 3.1% difference, but only 2/3 of the votes have been counted so far. And if we look at where the votes are remaining, it is largely in Madison, Milwaukee, and Green Bay. Green Bay is actually beneficial to Trump. If we look at the live results right now, how they're breaking in Trump's favor 61 to 37. But if we look down at Milwaukee, that's a complete inverse of what we just saw out of Green Bay. So it's 66 to 31 in Kamala Harris's favor. And of course, Madison, another major population center, 71 to 24. But if we're looking at the margins in 2020. She's not yet meeting the margin that Joe Biden had in 2020 in Dane County, and that is 75.7. Right now, we're about 1.6 away from that. So she needs to hit those numbers that Joe Biden hit if she wants any chance of winning this state here. In Milwaukee, she is also not hitting the numbers that she needs to hit, but 56% of the vote in, and as mail ballots continue to get counted, those numbers will go up and she will close the gap. What remains to be seen is whether she has enough votes to close the gap and hit those 2020 numbers. Let's look at some other counties where there's some votes remaining. We've got Racine County here. Let's see the results there. About 78,000 votes remaining, and Trump is winning 67-31 compared to 2020. He is far exceeding, but only 24% of the vote in right now. So a lot of votes left to be counted in Racine County, Wisconsin. Let's move over to Michigan. Only 36% reporting. Kamala Harris is leading 49.9 to 48.4. Again, 2/3 of the vote still left to be counted out in Michigan. So we'll keep an eye on that. 3.4 million votes left to be counted. And finally, Pennsylvania, 75% of the results are in, but we are still waiting for almost 1.8 million votes. Trump is leading 51 to 48 at this point. So that is the state of the presidential race as it stands right now. One thing I would say to people who are worried seeing this map, our path to victory was always Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, and there are millions of votes left to be counted in states where the margin is likely going to be tens of thousands, if not thousands of votes. So do not be discouraged by the fact that we still have, that we don't have Georgia or North Carolina available on this map. Our path to victory, our easiest path to victory was always Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. So a lot of votes left to be counted. Do not despair. Just hang on and they will count the votes. We should have some results within the next few hours, I presume. Not seeing any updates right now. So at this point, I think what we're really waiting for is just any news and just vote totals to continue going up. That's it. We are just waiting for votes to be counted at this point. One thing that I would note is that among Latinos in Michigan, it looks like we are seeing a 36-point swing in Donald Trump's favor from 4 years ago. Biden won Latinos in Michigan by 11 points. Donald Trump is now winning them by, I believe, 25 points. That's right, 25 points. So a 36-point swing from 2020 in Michigan among Latinos. It does look like we have an update. North Carolina Attorney General, some rare good news here. It looks like Jeff Jackson in North Carolina has defeated his Republican opponent. Jeff Jackson has defeated his Republican opponent in North Carolina. So that is some good news. That is Jeff Jackson defeating Dan Bishop in North Carolina as the North Carolina Attorney General. So far in the House, Democrats have won 5 seats where they were favored, including they flipped a seat in their direction in New York's 22nd congressional district. Republicans have won 6 seats where they were favored, including 3 flips, all of which were thanks to North Carolina's redistricting, which was an absolute debacle for Democrats as Republicans gerrymandered the hell out of that state. We still have 61 seats outstanding in the House, so a lot of votes left to go. Here's where we stand right now on the House. No clear majority. We need 218 for a majority, and right now, no clear winner in the House in terms of these races so far. Heading back over to the U.S. Senate, still no change from earlier. We're waiting to see what happens in a raft of swing states, including Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Nevada, Arizona, and of course, Nebraska, where we have exceeded the 50% threshold with 51% reporting. Dan Osborne is still holding on to his lead of 51% to 48.9% in Nebraska, the independent candidate holding on to his lead against Republican incumbent Deb Fischer. Going to the gubernatorial map, no surprises here. Republicans hanging on to their Republican states. We have Phil Scott, very popular governor in Vermont, holding on to his seat. And of course, Kelly Ayotte in New Hampshire, holding on to her seat as well. And those races have been called for the Republicans there. So no surprises necessarily in these seats. I will note that, sorry, I clicked the wrong one here. I guess we don't, I'm in the gubernatorial elections. Let's go to the Senate. And we do have some good news in the Senate where Angela Alsobrooks was able to fend off a challenge from Larry Hogan. 61% reporting, she's leading by 17 points. So she will fend off a very popular Republican governor who ran for the Senate in Maryland. Otherwise, again, we're waiting for a lot of races in the U.S. Senate, but I think at this point it's abundantly clear that Republicans will control the Senate, having won the Ohio seat where Bernie Moreno unseated Sherrod Brown, who has been able to hold on in a number of these elections. All right, going back to our presidential map here. Let's take a look back at the blue wall states. We have 71% reporting. I think that is the same as what we had before. Still almost 1 million ballots left outstanding in the state of Wisconsin, which is could go either way because that was a state that Democrats won in 2020 by, I believe, 12,000 votes, 0.6%. So it's going to be close, and we knew it was going to be close. Heading over to Michigan, Donald Trump leading by just under a point here. Only 39% of the vote reporting. One big story, obviously, is Dearborn, Michigan, where Donald Trump does seem to be overperforming, and that is in, let's find Wayne County. So it doesn't seem to be making a huge impact yet, but only 24% of the vote is counted thus far. Right now, she's exceeding Joe Biden's 2020 margin of 38.5 or 38 points. Right now, she's running higher than that. But I believe that Donald Trump is overperforming in Dearborn as voters kind of revolt against Biden and Harris with regards to their Israel-Gaza policy. And of course, let's head over to Pennsylvania. With 76% of the vote in, it still looks pretty similar to what we saw before. We have almost 2 million votes left outstanding. So a lot of votes left to be counted in PA. We may have an update here with the presidential election. So let's go back to our national view here. I believe that soon we will see Washington called. There it is. Washington has been called for Kamala Harris. So now it is 189 to 246. I do want to note that the AP has not called Georgia. New York Times has not called Georgia, and CNN has not called Georgia, but Decision Desk HQ has called Georgia, and so that's what the disparity among this map with the other maps is the result of. Okay, just going to take a quick stretch break. I'll go full screen on the presidential map as it stands right now, and I will be back shortly. And okay. All right, everybody. We are back, still waiting on these blue wall states. That is what we're going to be looking at the entirety of the rest of this evening, I feel like. Let's refresh our map, see if we have any updates here. Doesn't look like anything was refreshed by Decision Desk, although I anticipate that Hawaii will be put in Kamala Harris's column. I know that other outlets have already called Hawaii for Kamala Harris. Most of this is not a surprise. The main surprise here is North Carolina and Georgia. I should also note, AP has not called Georgia for Donald Trump. Neither has New York Times and neither has NBC, but Decision Desk HQ has. So at this point, let's take a quick look at these blue wall states right now. So we're going to look at Wisconsin. Right now, Trump is leading 51.1 to 47.4. 79% of the vote is still remaining here. And if we look at where the majority of the vote lies, that is in Milwaukee, 171,000 ballots, and Green Bay, which is actually a Trump-favored county. So if we look at the results from Green Bay, Donald Trump will continue to gain votes here. Really what we want to be looking at is whether Kamala Harris is beating or meeting the margins that Joe Biden was able to hit in 2020. So if we look over at Dane County and compare that to what we saw back in 2020. By the way, if anybody has audio issues, I know some folks do, refresh the feed. That's all you got to do is refresh the feed. I know people watching on Twitch, on Facebook, all you got to do is refresh the feed if you're having any issues with audio, and then it should be all fixed. Okay, going back to what I was saying before, we look at Dane County where 98% of the results are in. Kamala is running about 0.8 of a point behind Joe Biden's margin, and she has to be hitting those numbers. Again, we saw this state go to Donald Trump. We saw this state go to Joe Biden by 0.6 of a point in 2020. So there isn't a whole lot of room for error here. So she has to get a lot closer to Joe Biden's 2020 margin than she is right now. We look to be about 0.8 of a point away. So that needs to be closed up. If we look to Milwaukee County, it looks like Kamala Harris is actually overperforming those numbers. So that is a good result for her, that she's overperforming by a rate of a little over 5%. So maybe that can undo some of the damage that's being wrought by Dane County over here, where she's not meeting her numbers. But if we go back to Milwaukee, it does look like this is a good result, although it looks like we just had an update here. I think I misspoke when I said that we had 98% of the vote in. It looks like we have 61% of the vote in, and that it is that she's not meeting those numbers. I'm not sure what county I clicked on. I might have clicked on the wrong county here. Or they just updated. So if you look here in Milwaukee, she's also not meeting these numbers. Might have just been a little bit of a glitch in the numbers that I was looking at before. But she is not meeting the numbers that she needs to meet, but there's still 61% of the vote outstanding in Milwaukee. Let's take a look at some other counties. Rock County, for example, Kamala Harris falling behind by about 2 points. Joe Biden's margin in 2020. We look at Greene County. Again, Kamala Harris about a little over a point behind Joe Biden's margin in 2020. Donald Trump running about 1.5 points. So she is not hitting the numbers that she needs to hit in a lot of Wisconsin as we await these votes to continue being counted right now. Let's go statewide. It looks like we still have 21% of the vote that we're waiting on to come in. Decision Desk has this race rated 23% to 77%. I'm more concerned with just getting all the votes counted and then figuring it out from there. Remember, this race went to Joe Biden in 2020 by 0.6 of a point. So it really will come down to all the votes being counted in the end. Let's head over to Michigan and see the lay of the land in that state. A little bit better as far as the win probability is concerned. We're looking 54 to 46 in Kamala's favor right now, with about half of the votes reporting Donald Trump is leading 50 to 48.1, so about 1.9% lead, with a lot of the votes remaining in Democratic strongholds of Detroit. So we still have 600,000 votes remaining in Wayne County, and it's worth noting that Wayne County is going for Kamala 74 to 22. But I do want to compare that to the 2020 numbers. She is exceeding her mark that she needs to be exceeding. So that is good for right now, but it's worth noting that we're only looking at 28% reporting. So a lot still to be counted in the state of Michigan. I'm sorry, that's Wayne County. That's Wayne County. Let's look statewide and see what has to be counted. We're about halfway there. So a lot still to be counted here. And finally, let's head over to Pennsylvania, see what the state of that race is right now. 84% reporting, Donald Trump leading right now. Let's take a look at some of these population centers so that we can get an indication of how Kamala Harris is doing relative to Joe Biden's 2020 numbers. If we look in Philadelphia, for example, a lot of ballots still left to be counted. I believe we have a number of mail ballots still remaining. Let me confirm. So the results right now in Pennsylvania will be more red than we expect the final results to be, because large counties like Philadelphia will continue to count and report their remaining ballots, and that will shift the race back into Democrats' favor. So if we're looking at these margins right now, just know, for example, in Philadelphia County, that these numbers will continue to go up as mail ballots continue to be counted. To give an idea of how big the red mirage can be, in 2020, the Pennsylvania results by 3 a.m. Eastern on election night were 7 percentage points more Republican than the final result. So the extent to which the red mirage is real in Pennsylvania until these ballots are counted in the Democratic population centers like Pittsburgh and Philadelphia, we don't know what it's going to look like. So in 2020, it was 7% more Republican than the final result was. So do not be discouraged when you're looking at results that are more Republican right now. It won't matter what the numbers look like right now. What matters is what it's going to look like at the very end when all of the votes are counted. I should also note that in 2022, in the Senate, by 3 a.m., there was also a red mirage that was 1 point more Republican than the final margin. So what we see in Pennsylvania over and over, mostly because Republicans refuse to change the law there, which would allow the election workers to start counting mail ballots earlier, like they did in Michigan. What we're likely to see in Pennsylvania is that the numbers will be more red than the final numbers. And so if we're looking, for example, at this statewide number, where Donald Trump is winning, this is the red mirage that we've been hearing about. And so these numbers will continue to get bluer and bluer, redder and redder up until about 3 a.m. And then we should likely see the numbers become more and more and more and more blue as the rest of the mail ballots are counted from Pittsburgh and Philadelphia and so on. You can see right here that there is still 150,000 votes remaining in Philadelphia. There are still 40,000 votes remaining in Allegheny County, which is Pittsburgh. There are still 50,000 votes remaining in Dauphin County, which is where Harrisburg is located. And then, of course, in the outskirts of Philly, Delaware County, there are still almost 40,000 votes remaining. Chester County, there are almost 63,000 or almost 64,000 votes remaining. And, of course, in Montgomery County, all of these are Democratic strongholds, by the way. Over 120,000 votes are remaining. So a lot of votes left to be counted. Do not despair, because, well, that won't get us anywhere for right now, but we know that this is going to be a long slog with these blue wall states. And so all eyes are going to be on Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Let's see how things are looking in Arizona. Pretty close right now in Arizona. Half of the votes are counted, and Donald Trump is leading by just about half a point here. So that's where it stands in Arizona as of right now. Let's see, compared to Joe Biden's numbers in 2020. Let's go to Maricopa County. Right now, it looks like Kamala Harris is slowly, narrowly exceeding her threshold from Joe Biden's threshold in 2020, and Donald Trump is slightly exceeding his as well. That's because there isn't a third-party candidate taking from both of these in the way that Joe Jorgensen did in 2020. Let's go over to Flagstaff and see how it's looking. Kamala Harris exceeding Joe Biden's margin and Donald Trump falling below his margin in 2020. So a little bit of good news from Arizona. Also, it's worth noting in terms of path to victory, let's do a little bit of electoral math right now. So if we say, whoops, sorry about that. Okay, I think I have this correct right now. So if this race is showing, I think I have this correct right now. So let's say, for example, if Kamala, where she seems to be meeting her marks in Arizona, so if she's able to win Arizona, that would mean that she wouldn't need to win Wisconsin, for example. Those 11 electoral votes should compensate for Wisconsin's electoral votes. If she's able to win Arizona and Nevada, then that would mean that she wouldn't need to win Michigan. She'd still need to win Wisconsin, but she wouldn't need to win Michigan. So there are two states on the board in the West, Arizona and Nevada, whose results we won't know for maybe a week. But those states could compensate either together for Michigan, or Arizona alone could compensate for Wisconsin. But at this point, it is absolutely necessary that Kamala Harris wins Pennsylvania. There is no path to victory without Pennsylvania at this point, so long as Georgia stays in Donald Trump's column. I should note Decision Desk HQ has called Georgia for Donald Trump. AP has not, New York Times has not, and NBC News has not. But right now I'm just going by the numbers that I have with Decision Desk HQ, and so as far as we're going to operate here, it'll be that that Georgia was called for Donald Trump. Let's head back to some of the Senate maps and see how those races are looking. Okay, it looks like the U.S. Senate was called for, let's see, I think there might be a little bit of a glitch here. Let's see, try that again. So Decision Desk HQ has called the U.S. Senate race for Deb Fischer, where she was running against Dan Osborne, who mounted an independent bid against the sitting Republican incumbent. So that is some bad news for those of us who wanted to see a workers' rights champion here in the U.S. Senate. So not great news out of Nebraska, where we've been closely watching that race. Some other news out of the U.S. Senate is that Lucas Kuntz has lost his race in Missouri to Josh Hawley. A hard-fought race here in Missouri. Looks like we had a little bit of a glitch there. There we go. And a hefty margin there, but Missouri is not an easy state for Democrats to compete in. We have had the race called in New Mexico. And of course, we are waiting on Senate races in Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Nevada, Arizona. At this point, we do know that Republicans will control the U.S. Senate. With Deb Fischer's win in Nebraska, that means Republicans officially have control of the U.S. Senate with 51 seats. So even if Democrats win out here, they will not gain control of the Senate. It is very likely that Montana will also be Republican. We're waiting for those votes to come in. About 500,000 votes left to be counted, but right now with 16% reporting, it's looking like John Tester is going to lose his seat to Tim Sheehy, the Republican from Montana. So we'll keep an eye on that race, but right now, best guess is that Republicans will likely control 52 seats compared to 48 for Democrats. That's what I would guess right now based on what I'm seeing. Going back to the presidential race. This is the map as it stands right now. Again, I do want to note that AP, New York Times, and NBC have not called Georgia for Trump. They all have that race as too close to call. Decision Desk HQ has called the race in Georgia for Donald Trump. I do not anticipate that we will have results from Pennsylvania this evening. I actually think it'll take a few days. Depending on how close it is, they may need to count provisional ballots as well. So just flagging for you that we may not have final results this evening. Here's what I do have to note in Pennsylvania. So let's see. Within a few hours, what we want to see is Kamala Harris within 3 points of Donald Trump. That means she can be trailing by 3 points by 4 a.m. Eastern. So what time is it right now? It's just half past midnight. So about 3 hours from now, if we're looking at Pennsylvania, and right now we can see that she's trailing by about 3 points, a little less, 2.7 points. If within the next few hours she is still trailing within 3 points, then she has the chance to win Pennsylvania. So like I said, there is often a really heavy red mirage before the votes are fully counted from Pennsylvania. As I mentioned before, 7%. There was a 7% difference in 2020 from the vote by 3 a.m. on election night versus what the actual results were. In 2022, the vote at 3 a.m. on election night was 1% redder than what it actually was. So if Kamala keeps it within 3 percentage points by 3 or 4 a.m., so within 3 hours from now, then there is still a chance to win Pennsylvania, and she is in good shape. So something to keep an eye out for. A quick note for anybody that wants to continue supporting this channel and watching this live stream or the election coverage as it continues to go on. Please make sure to hit the subscribe button. As you know, I don't do any paid ads or sponsorships. I don't put any of my content behind a paywall. Simply subscribing is the best way to support my work. So if you're not yet subscribed, please go ahead and hit the subscribe button. Just looking through Twitter right now to see if there's any new news that I can speak about. Okay, not seeing anything right now. So at this point, all eyes are back on the votes that are going to be counted here. So we are going to just keep watching Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Again, what we're looking out for in Pennsylvania is for Kamala Harris to keep her deficit within 3 points of Donald Trump. There is a major red mirage that happens until about 3 o'clock in the morning, and then from there we should expect more votes to be counted in Democratic population centers like Philadelphia and Pittsburgh. If you look at the votes that are outstanding right now, we have about 144,000 in Philly, 38,000 in Delaware County, 63,000 in Chester, 123 in Montgomery, all of these Democratic population centers. Lehigh County, about 10,000 votes still remaining. Dauphin County, where Harrisburg is located, another 50,000 votes remaining. Cambria County, 57,000 votes remaining. And Pittsburgh, 40,000 votes remaining. Also, let's see, Lackawanna County, 4,000 votes remaining, so not much there. So a lot of votes still left to be counted in total in Pennsylvania. We fully expect Donald Trump to be ahead right now, and that red mirage will continue until a few hours from now. And then we'll start seeing, again, those ballots continue to get counted in Philly and basically Democratic votes to chip away at the Republican lead. By the way, if there's audio issues or anything, just refresh the feed. That's all that you need to do. Let's take a look at Arizona and see how the vote count is going there. 86% reporting. It looks like there are still 1 million ballots left to be counted. I do not anticipate. Let's see. This is strange. Let me do this again. Here we go. I do not anticipate that we will get results from Arizona this evening. If we look at Maricopa County, Kamala Harris is leading. Let's look at how that compares to the past in 2020. She has a slight lead over Joe Biden's lead in 2020, where he had 50.3% of the votes. Now Kamala Harris has 50.7%. Donald Trump himself, though, is also exceeding his 2020 total by the same exact margin. So all of that comes from third-party candidates who took a percent of the vote, more than Chase Oliver is doing right now. Head over to Flagstaff. Kamala is exceeding Joe Biden's 2020 margin by about 2 points, and Trump is below his margin by about a point. So good news in those two counties. Let's look at Tucson. Trump is falling below his margin. Kamala Harris is exceeding Donald Trump's margin in Pima County. Now we look at small Santa Cruz County. Kamala Harris is not hitting the numbers that she needed to hit, and Donald Trump is exceeding his performance by a few percentage points, by about 5 points here. We go into some of these red counties here. Smaller, but you can see Kamala is exceeding Joe Biden's margins in Cochise County. Donald Trump is not hitting his margins in Cochise County. That's only 15% reporting, so we still have a lot of votes to go there. Heading on up to Graham County, almost all of the votes are counted. She is not hitting the margins that Joe Biden hit in 2020, and Trump is exceeding his margins. But this is a small county here, and only about 800 votes are remaining. Now we go over to Greenlee County, another small county. We're only talking about a couple thousand votes here, but Kamala is exceeding Joe Biden's margins. So some good news here out of Arizona. Let's head up to Gila County. Again, we're just talking about a few thousand votes here. Donald Trump is able to bring his margin about a point higher. Kamala Harris is losing about a point of her margins. Navajo County, with 59% reporting, Donald Trump is far exceeding his margins in this county. So Kamala Harris has to bolster her numbers here. There's only 59% reporting, so a lot of votes still to be counted, but she needs much higher numbers here in Navajo County. Doesn't look like we have any results from Apache County right now. Let's head over to the western part of the state. With only 35% reporting, Kamala Harris is not hitting her numbers compared to Joe Biden's, and Trump is. Going again, she's falling just below Joe Biden's numbers. Let's go up to Mojave County. Same story. Trump is exceeding his margins by a little over a point, and Kamala Harris is falling behind by about 0.8 of a point. Still plenty of votes left to count, about 35,000 votes left there. And finally, the last one, I cannot say this, Yavapai County. Again, Donald Trump is exceeding his margins, and Kamala Harris is meeting them. So not a huge difference here, but still have about 40% of the vote to go in Arizona. So overall, let's go back to Arizona for a quick second. Overall, a close race with 45% of the vote left to be counted in Arizona, and we likely will not know the winner of Arizona for a few days here. This was the second narrowest margin in 2020. It was just a 0.3% margin in Biden's favor in 2020. Biden only won Arizona by 10,000 votes in 2020. So we know this is going to be close. The numbers we want to see in Maricopa, right here, is a 2% lead for Kamala Harris. Right now, we are looking at a 2% lead for Kamala Harris. So this is the number she wants to stay at. We are at about 2.2% lead for her. That is the number that she wants to stay at. 2% is about tied. So as long as she can stay above 2%, that is her in good shape in Arizona. So we will, of course, stay on top of Arizona as we have any updates. Let's take a look at Nevada. I believe, we have nothing reporting from Nevada right now. I think, when does Nevada's polls close? Nevada closes in 24 minutes, and then we'll have some votes. We are not going to see Nevada's results tonight. I can damn near guarantee you that much. And of course, we will stay on top of any changes we get from the blue wall states. So we're keeping a close eye on Wisconsin here, where 84% of the results are in. Let's do a quick bit of research on Wisconsin. Okay, 84% reporting. Let's see where the votes are remaining right now. It looks like Madison has its votes in. 99% reporting in Dane County. Let's see how that matched up to Joe Biden's numbers in 2020. Kamala Harris fell just short. So she's in Dane County. Let's go up to Green Bay. Donald Trump is exceeding his numbers by about 3.5 points in Green Bay. Kamala Harris is falling behind by about 3 points in Green Bay. So not hitting the numbers that she needs in Green Bay. Let's see where the other remaining votes are. Here, let's take a look at the historical comparison. So Trump again exceeding his vote share in this county, where we have about 25% of the votes still remaining. We have about 27,000 votes here. Kamala is falling a little less than a point behind Joe Biden's margin. And finally, we have Winnebago County, where Trump is, with about half of the votes counted, Trump is leading considerably by about 6.5 points. Kamala Harris is falling behind Joe Biden's margin by about 6 points. So a lot of votes left to be counted here, but remains to be seen whether she can hit these margins that we need to hit out of Wisconsin. This is what these numbers, the final numbers, look like. Joe Biden ran about 2 points ahead of Kamala Harris, and Donald Trump is running about 2 points ahead of his 2020 numbers right now. But again, we have about 500,000 votes still left to be counted in the state of Wisconsin. Taking a look at Michigan, 63% of the vote has been counted right now. Let's see how it's looking in Detroit. Only 34% of the vote has been counted in Detroit. So we still have more than 500,000 votes remaining. And those numbers, I think, those margins will get driven up. But right now, as it stands in Wayne County, she's not hitting the same margins as Joe Biden did in 2020. She can afford a little bit of wiggle room because this was a state that Biden won by over 2 points. But not too much. And so we'll get a better idea of where she stands once Wayne County is reporting a little bit more votes. Head over to Kent County as well. Kamala Harris is actually exceeding Joe Biden's margins in Kent County, and Trump is falling behind his margin by about 0.5 point. So a little bit of good news out in Kent County. Washtenaw County, Kamala Harris is trailing Joe Biden's numbers here by about a little over 5 points. And Trump is exceeding his numbers by about 4.5 points. So not hitting what we need to hit in this suburb county of Detroit. Let's go to Oakland County. Same deal with about 94% reporting. We've got about 2.5 points below Joe Biden's numbers, and Trump is running about 1.5 points ahead of his numbers. But a lot of votes remain in Michigan. We are still only seeing 63% reporting right now. So it is anybody's race in Michigan. All eyes, of course, stay on the blue wall states. Let's take a look at Pennsylvania. 87% reporting. As I mentioned before, we want to stay within 3 points of Donald Trump. Right now, he's at about 2.6% above Kamala Harris. If we can keep that number to below 3%, that is good news for Kamala as we head toward the 3-4 o'clock in the morning range. A quick note for anybody who wants to support this stream. I do not do paid ads or sponsorships. The best way to support this stream is just to subscribe to this channel. This way you can stay on top of my live streams, my breaking news, and the interview series that I do. So if you're not yet subscribed, please hit the subscribe button. It is 100% free. We may have an update, let's see, from the Harris campaign.
All that you have done, thank you for being here. Thank you for believing in the promise of America. We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the Vice President tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
Too surprising here, we are just waiting for any update that we're going to get from these blue wall states. That is the path to victory. That is the path to victory, and we will continue to keep an eye out for any vote updates in the blue wall. Let's take a look at some of Iowa's elections here for the House races. So we have one clear win for Republicans in Iowa's 4th congressional district, another in Iowa's 2nd, We have a close race where it looks like we can unseat a Republican congressman in Iowa's 3rd. And finally, let's see what it's looking like in the 1st. We have the opportunity to unseat Marionette Miller Meeks in Iowa's 1st. So that is a little bit of good news out of Iowa, where we have the opportunity to unseat 2 Republican incumbents. Again, that is Zach Nunn in Iowa's 3rd and also Mariette Miller Meeks in Iowa's 1st. So a little bit of good news out of Iowa. Let's see if we have any results from Virginia's 2nd. Still no race called for Jennifer Kiggins. And of course, the other race we were watching, Eugene Vindman has defeated Derek Anderson. So a little bit of good news out of Virginia as well. Arizona's about first. We are looking for David Schweikert to be unseated. Let's see. Right now he is trailing with 63% of the vote reporting. So a little bit of good news out of Arizona so far. Alabama, we're looking at the 2nd congressional district. Let's see how we are looking there. That is a flip. So right now, if we look at the historical comparison, this is a seat that Republicans held. So that is a flip in Democrats' favor in Alabama's 2nd congressional district. So a little bit of good news out of Alabama. So the states are offering us a little bit of good news as far as the House is concerned. Going over to Pennsylvania, let's take a look at Pennsylvania's 1st. That is a seat that Democrats were eyeing. Brian Fitzpatrick, the Republican, holding on to his seat. Pennsylvania's 7th, it looks like still too close to call, with Susan Wild, who is the Democratic incumbent, trailing right now to her Republican challenger. Not this one. Let's look at Pennsylvania's 8th. Matt Cartwright right now trailing. He is the Democratic incumbent, trailing his Republican challenger with 99% reporting. So I'm assuming we're waiting for mail ballots to come in there. And finally, the 10th, Scott Perry currently trailing Janelle Stelson, his Democratic challenger, and that is one of the most extreme far-right members of his 10th. So a lot of races still remain to be called. Okay, still a close race. Anthony D'Esposito trailing right now by about 2 points. So that's a race that we're going to keep an eye on. There's still 7,000 votes remaining. Mike Lawler is right now leading Mondaire Jones by a pretty healthy margin of about 12 points, but there are still 83,000 votes left to be counted. So we will wait for those votes to be counted. That is in New York's 17th congressional district. New York's 19. Mark Molinaro is currently leading Josh Riley, his Democratic challenger, by about a point. So we will keep an eye out on this one. This is with almost all votes reporting, so I presume that we're waiting for mail ballots for this one. And finally, let's go to New York's 22nd congressional district. This is a flip. John Mannion has defeated his Republican challenger incumbent, Brandon Williams. So that is some good news for Democrats on the House front. As it stands right now, it looks like Democrats still have a 61% probability for retaking the majority in the House. If the worst were to come to pass and Republicans were to win the White House or the Senate, obviously the House will be a major bulwark against Republicans being able to enact their agenda without any obstruction. So some good news from the House here. Where abortion was on the ballot. Arizona, protecting abortion rights has passed in Arizona. Reproductive Rights Initiative has passed in Arizona, so that is good news for the state of Arizona. Let's go over to Colorado. Passed in Colorado, so good news out of Colorado. Montana. We are still counting votes, only 19% reporting, but so far leading by over a point in terms of the reproductive rights constitutional amendment in the state of Montana. Heading over to Nebraska. That is currently being counted, but leading by a full point in Nebraska. Still a lot of ballots left to be counted, 300,000. Going over to South Dakota. It is failing right now, but still 54% of the vote left to be counted, and I believe that the votes remaining are going to be from Sioux Falls, which, let's see how Sioux Falls trends. It trends pretty close, but in yes favor. And of course, I think we can look at the county below it. Was that one of the ones where the votes were remaining? Yes, that is Lincoln County was also where the votes are remaining, and that is trending no. So let's see where else they're remaining. We have a lot of ballots left to be counted in Pennington. Let's see how those are trending. Those are trending. We have no answers, so we don't have any reporting results from Pennington County. Okay, so as we await South Dakota, we can head over to Missouri. Leading 53 to 46, only 53% of the votes have been counted so far. I do want to report that the New York Times has called the state of Georgia matching what we've seen from Decision Desk HQ. So right now, if we go to the presidential, we saw that Georgia is red. That now matches what we're seeing in the New York Times, which is called the race for Donald Trump in Georgia. I also want to note that NBC News has called Georgia for Trump. So matching what Decision Desk HQ has called. So now there should not be any disparity. We are looking at, I believe, a little bit of a disparity because Decision Desk HQ has called New Hampshire for Kamala Harris. And we still haven't seen that call from New York Times, although they have it listed as very likely Democratic. And NBC also has it tilting in Harris's favor, but they have not called it thus far. Same with the AP. AP has not called that race thus far. So a little bit of a disparity here between Decision Desk HQ and a few of the other networks. But right now, what we're looking at is 213 to 248. Let's take a quick look back at the blue wall states right now. Wisconsin, 87% reporting. Again, Trump leading right now. Let's take a look at where the votes are remaining. Most of them are, I believe, in Milwaukee. Let's see. So this is one of the WOW counties, the other being Waukesha. And so these three counties, let's see, it doesn't look like we have anything in Waukesha remaining. Those results show 99% reporting. Let's compare that to previous years. It looks like Donald Trump has not matched his margin from 2020, and Kamala Harris has exceeded Joe Biden's margin in 2020. So good news out of Waukesha. We go up north one county to Washington. Trump has exceeded his margin so far with 70% reporting by about 2 points. And Kamala Harris is trailing Biden's margin by about 2 points. So Trump hitting his numbers that he needs to hit in Washington. And finally, the last one, Ozaukee County, I hope I said that correctly, that is about the same, about a 0.2 of a point difference, but there's still 78% of the votes remaining. Now let's go right into Milwaukee County and see how that looks. 63% of the vote reporting Kamala Harris is not hitting her number that she needs to hit, which is that 69% number that Joe Biden was able to hit in 2020. We are trailing by about 3.5 points from Biden's number, and Trump is exceeding his margin by 2.5 points here. So a big swing in Milwaukee County for Donald Trump thus far. Let's see where else the votes are remaining. We're looking at Green Bay and the counties surrounding it. So if we look right now at Brown County, this is a Trump county. 56% to 42%. Let's see the historical comparison to see if they're hitting their numbers. It is a pretty big swing. This is a almost 3.5 point differential for Donald Trump, and Kamala Harris is trailing by about 3 points. So not what she needs to be doing in Brown County, which is Green Bay. Let's go south a little bit. Trump is far exceeding his numbers that he hit in 2020. About a 6 point difference in his favor, and Kamala Harris is trailing by about 5 points here. So a pretty big difference there, but not the biggest county in the world. We're not talking about a ton of votes. There are 20,000 votes remaining in this county versus 162,000 remaining in Milwaukee. Let's see where else votes are outstanding. That is Marinette County right here. So let's take a look at the live results in Marinette County. Trump at 70%. Let's see what he hit. So he's exceeding his 2020 numbers in Marinette County as well. Kamala Harris is trailing behind her 2020 numbers. Let's see where else votes are outstanding. We're looking at Marathon County, a very small county, and Portage County just below. So let's see what we're looking at here. Historical comparisons. And Portage County, Donald Trump is meeting his numbers, exceeding his numbers. Kamala Harris is not. Marathon County, Trump is exceeding his numbers. Kamala Harris is not. And finally, I believe we have one county left where we are keeping an eye on vote totals remaining, and that is Douglas County, small county up in northern Wisconsin here. Let's take a look at the live results there. And Trump is far exceeding his numbers. Small rural county, so it's not going to have a huge impact, but the fact is that Kamala needs to be matching Joe Biden's margin, and she is not matching that margin right now. But we will keep an eye on the results out of Wisconsin right now. Again, statewide, still over 400,000 votes left to be counted. Remember, we still have this path to victory. So I want to remind everybody, don't despair. We've been here before where we have been trailing and maps looked very bad, and we've won Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania in the very previous election cycle. So we know what we won't get these. We know what it's going to look like for right now. We know, for example, that Pennsylvania is going to continue to show Kamala Harris trailing, but that number will turn around at around 3 or 4 in the morning when Philadelphia continues to get its votes in and the rest of Pennsylvania has its votes in. So let's see where we're at right now. Right now, she is trailing by about 3.3. We want that number to be less than 3 within the next 2 or 3 hours. Less than 3. So we'll see if Philadelphia can bring that margin closer to 3. If she's trailing by 3 points or less, that is a good sign for her as we head into late tonight. Of course, a lot of the votes remaining are in Philadelphia. Let's look and see where the votes remaining in PA are. So a lot of the votes remaining are in Philadelphia, the suburbs, Pittsburgh. We also have this county here, Cambria County. Let's see how Cambria County is looking. Kamala Harris, the slight favorite in Cambria County, far exceeding Joe Biden's margin for right now, but only 21% of votes reporting. So a lot of counting left to be done. We still have over 600,000 votes that still need to be counted. Let's look at Minnesota. Kamala Harris leading in Minnesota, has a 99% win probability. I wouldn't worry about Minnesota for right now. So this is where the map stands as of right now. We're going to keep an eye on the blue wall states. Remember, I don't know why Arizona was not yellow. Arizona should be yellow. Okay, I believe this map is correct. This looks correct to me. Yeah. Okay, so there is still a path to victory, and that path to victory requires Pennsylvania. So just so that we can try this out, let's say Pennsylvania goes blue. That'll put us at 247, and then you're able to play around a little bit. You can have Michigan and Arizona, and that would be enough to get to 273. Or you can lose Michigan and win Nevada and Wisconsin. So there are a little bit of paths here. If we lose Michigan, we would have to win both Nevada and Arizona. But either way, there is no path to victory without Pennsylvania, so all eyes are going to be on Pennsylvania. We can do a little bit of mixing and matching from there. For example, we'll be able to use the 10 electoral votes. We can swap out the 10 electoral votes in Wisconsin for the 11 in Arizona. And if we lose Michigan, we can swap out Michigan's 15 with Arizona and Nevada, which would make 17 together. So there is a little bit of playing around that we could do, but all of that relies on winning Pennsylvania. So we'll keep Pennsylvania and these blue wall states undecided for right now. This is what the map looks like as it stands tonight. And this is assuming Democrats win Minnesota, which of course I presume they will. But this is the map as it stands. It looks like we have a little bit of results from Nevada right now. I believe about 53% reporting. The majority of this is from Clark County. I believe these are mail ballots. That might be wrong. Let me just confirm here. So again, the first ballots to report in Clark are probably going to be blue, and then that's going to shrink as we get election day votes. But what's strange is I'm not seeing any votes from the rest of the state here. Nobody else is reporting from any of the others. This might just be like the first batch from Clark County. So about almost 200,000 ballots remain in Las Vegas. Okay, let's go back to the presidential map here. Take a quick look at Arizona. Pretty close race here, 56% reporting. We're waiting on more votes out of Arizona. The vast majority are in Maricopa County right here, where we are waiting for about 44% of the vote. Heading back to Pennsylvania. 91% reporting in Pennsylvania, but the vast majority of votes are coming from Pittsburgh and Philadelphia. So a lot to keep an eye on in PA. Donald Trump extends his lead to 3.4%. We want to keep that number below 3% to be in good shape in PA. It looks like we have some results from Nevada's abortion rights amendment. So let's take It doesn't look like we have those final results here that are being reported by DDHQ yet, but I am seeing that I am seeing from MSNBC that Nevada has passed an amendment that protects access to abortion, but it doesn't look like we have those results right now. It says 0% reporting, which is a little bit strange because when we look at the presidential race in Nevada, we at least have 68% reporting. So I'm not sure why we're not getting these numbers yet for the abortion rights initiative, but as soon as we have those, I'll bring them to you. But again, MSNBC reporting that Nevada has passed an amendment protecting access to abortion. Decision Desk reports that Donald Trump has won Alaska, so not a huge surprise there. This is a state that Trump has carried before. So this puts us at 213 to 251, and slowly we are getting to the point where once Minnesota and Maine get wrapped up, then it'll all be up to the swing states here. Again, the only absolute necessity right now, as far as Kamala Harris is concerned, is Pennsylvania. There is no path to victory without Pennsylvania. Just a quick note for anybody watching right now, if you'd like to support this stream and stay on top of this as we continue to get election results in, please make sure to subscribe to this channel. It doesn't cost anything to do so, but that's the best way to support my work. Going back to Pennsylvania, still at 91% reporting. Let's head over to Michigan and see if we have any update there. 71% reporting, still very close. The win probability is 45 to 55. I would imagine it's anybody's game. 90% reporting. We've gone through these numbers. Kamala is not hitting the numbers she needs in Wisconsin, but with Wisconsin's 10 electoral votes, she could still win Arizona, and that can compensate for Wisconsin if she isn't successful there. So there are a couple of path to victories, but right now the guaranteed one is going to be winning Pennsylvania. That is a necessity in this environment right now. Some good news out of North Carolina. It looks like Democrats have broken the Republican supermajority in the General Assembly. So that is good news there. They also North Carolina elected a Democratic governor, a Democratic lieutenant governor, a Democratic attorney general, and a Democratic superintendent of public education. But that state also went for Donald Trump. You can leave it a little bit open. Sweet boy. Come here, buddy. Come here. Come here. Come on. But as thanks. Okay, so at this point, we are still waiting for results to come in the blue wall states. It is going to be late. I actually don't even anticipate that we will get these results tonight. There are still a lot of votes left to be counted. I presume that Pennsylvania, we won't have final results in until tonight. In 2020, we did not have them on election night, and so I don't think we will here either. Thanks. Let's see when we anticipate having the results in Pennsylvania. We're likely not going to have the results in Pennsylvania. Remember, in 2020, in the last election, so some news here. Fox has called Pennsylvania for Donald Trump. Decision Desk HQ has not called Pennsylvania for Donald Trump. Neither has New York Times, neither has NBC, neither has AP. But Fox has called Pennsylvania for Trump. So that's where we're at right now. Okay. Decision Desk HQ projects that Donald Trump has won Pennsylvania, and that will give him enough votes to become the next president. So that's where we're at right now. As far as the results that we have, it looks like Donald Trump has been elected the 47th president of the United States. That is from both Fox and Decision Desk HQ. Democrats have also won the Senate, and it all remains to be seen how things are looking in the House. Let's take a quick look at the House right now, which will serve as a bulwark against a second Trump term. Right now, Decision Desk HQ has it about tied. Republicans leading slightly. So it is possible, where it stands right now, that Republicans could come into office with unified control of government. One thing that I can say, this is a difficult night, obviously. I know a lot of people worked really hard to make sure that this didn't happen. And we will continue to work really hard to make sure that we do whatever we can to defend democracy, defend women's reproductive rights, defend workers' rights, defend healthcare as much as we can. There's a big community of people who have come together and who've made it their life's mission to make sure that this, to do what we can to protect a lot of what is being torn down by Republicans right now. So I don't really have a lot of, obviously I'll have to collect my thoughts here and figure out a much more articulate way to say this. But as it looks right now, Donald Trump will be the 47th president of the United States. Hang on one sec. One thing I can say is the folks watching, you're not alone. There are tens of millions of Americans who are with you, and you'll have a huge community, and we will continue to work and fight to protect what we can insofar as we can. Hopefully, again, we have some bulwark to an uninhibited Trump presidency by winning the House. That remains to be seen. We'll take that race by race. But again, there is a huge community. I know that a lot of people are going to feel hopeless and abandoned and alone, but that is not the case. There are 61 million Americans and counting right now who have voted for Kamala Harris. There are 61 million Americans in this country who understand the dangers that are posed by this guy and who will be fighting for the next 2 years at a bare minimum to make sure that we can protect whatever we can in this country before we have the opportunity for midterm elections. So I think the reason that they haven't officially called the race is because we are waiting to see what happens in these other states. But let's just do this forecast right now and assume that, Trump takes Pennsylvania. That puts him at 268. So I guess the reason that they haven't called it is because we're still waiting to see what happens if Kamala Harris takes all of these, but I'm not sure that that's a viable path. So let's see. Let's say Democrats take 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 270. So I guess we're waiting right now. Is that correct? I can't even tell if that's correct. No, I think that that's, I don't think that that's a viable path. And right now, Decision Desk HQ, I'm reading right now, has called Donald Trump the winner of the election. Yeah, Decision Desk HQ has made that call. So that's where we're at right now. As I was saying before, you can see here Pennsylvania is officially in Trump's column. Yeah, I don't really know what to say right now. Look, obviously this is a pretty terrible result. I know that some folks are saying that the AP has not called it. We can wait for the AP to call it, but Decision Desk HQ also called Georgia first, probably an hour before the rest of the networks called Georgia. Obviously, it's not looking good, but again, I'm happy to wait until the other networks call. I know, again, Fox has called Pennsylvania for Trump, and Decision Desk HQ has called Pennsylvania for Trump. So again, yes, we could wait until more networks call it. But as I was saying before, I think it's worth reiterating here that over 60 million people came out and voted to protect democracy, voted to protect women's reproductive rights, voted to protect kids who are going to school from being, mowed down by weapons of war, voted to protect health care and pre-existing conditions and the Affordable Care Act, voted to protect combating climate change, and a lot of people in this country didn't. And we've seen these swings before, and there was a big contingent of people who served as a resistance against Donald Trump, and if that ends up coming to pass, where all of the other networks, all the other outlets rather, continue to call this race in the way that Fox and Decision Desk have called it, then we'll be prepared to do what we have to do again. And it's as simple as that. And we will get up day by day and just keep fighting. But I know that there's people who feel really despairing and hopeless and afraid right now, but there will be a big community of people backing you up. Again, we are looking at, right now, 62 million votes for Kamala Harris, 66 million for Donald Trump. One small silver lining is maybe they'll look at the fact that Republicans won the popular vote or are on track to win the popular vote, and maybe that will mean that we can get one step closer to the National Popular Vote Interstate Compact. So right now it looks like Republicans will control the U.S. Senate. This is the Senate map right now. They're probably going to win Montana, and that will put them at least 52 votes in the U.S. Senate. So best case scenario, we're looking like 52 to 48. And then, of course, it remains to be seen how we're looking in the other states. Eric Hovde right now leading Tammy Baldwin in Wisconsin. Mike Rogers right now leading Alyssa Slotkin in Michigan. Dave McCormick right now leading Bob Casey in Pennsylvania. Remember, a lot of votes left to be counted. We have seen this before where Republicans are leading late into the night of election night and Democrats have turned it around as they continue to count ballots. Take a look at Philadelphia, for example. Still 150,000 ballots remain. So do not write every state off as some loss. Fox has officially declared Trump the winner. I believe Decision Desk has as well. I think, okay, so we're seeing the 270 electoral votes right now. So that is the path to 270, with Donald Trump winning Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia. He doesn't need Wisconsin and Michigan. We presume that Kamala Harris will take Maine and Minnesota. And at this point, we probably won't find out who's won Nevada and Arizona for several days. Okay, Kamala Harris has just been called for Minnesota, but at this point, it's pretty moot. So let me refresh this. I don't know if Decision Desk has called it for her. It doesn't really matter at this point. Now that Trump has won his 270. I wish I had something a little bit more helpful to say. I wish I had something a little bit more helpful and articulate to convey to people right now. Look, all I can say is this, and this is what I've said before. There is a massive, massive community of people. We're heading toward 62 million Americans who voted the right way in this election. Far too many people didn't. We have some fundamental problems with our media in this country. That is why I do what I do, because the way that the media feels completely unbeholden to reality in this country, whether it's right-wing media, the way the media has allowed itself to both sides fascism into existence is a problem. We have a lot of issues that we're going to be contending with for a long time as the Republican Party kind of benefits from a lot of the structural advantages it enjoys right now. Whether it's, a media, again, that is completely untethered to reality, that's bolstered by literal billionaires, including the richest person in the entire world. We saw bomb threats come in from Russia, which was perfectly content to meddle in our election by calling in threats to voting locations across the country in majority-minority precincts, overwhelmingly black precincts in Georgia. So we have a lot of issues that we're going to be contending with, and they will probably get worse before they get better. But a lot of it is going to rely on people continuing to saddle up and fighting and doing whatever we can do. And a lot of you live in blue states where they voted overwhelmingly to protect abortion rights, for example. A lot of us live in blue states where they will be bastions of resistance against what Donald Trump will try to do. So, but just know there is a massive community, even though it feels alone and despairing right now. Again, I wish I had something more helpful and articulate to say. I don't think that I do, but it is a disappointing result. It's difficult, and I'm not looking forward to what it's going to bring over the next couple of years here. But there are a lot of us that are perfectly willing and able to fight back wherever we can, and so we will. These things are not, won or lost. It's a perpetual fight, and I think as long as we're able to come to terms with that, the fact that we'll always be fighting this fight makes it a little bit easier to stomach. We've endured a Trump presidency before. I think this one will be more difficult. But again, to my earlier point, we have endured a Trump presidency before, and I think that we'll be able to do it again. The reality is we have no choice. We have to do it again. And so we'll just fight where we can. We'll put up our fights where we can and take it day by day. And there's going to be a lot of people, the Mark Eliases of the world, the Jamie Raskins of the world, who are going to be, fighting for good. And that's it. We just go to sleep and we wake up tomorrow and we do what we can. All right, let's hear what John Stewart has to say.
Here's what we know, is that we don't really know anything, and that we're going to come out of this election and we're going to make all kind of pronouncements about what this country is and what this world is. And the truth is, we're not really going to know shit. And we're going to make it seem like this is the finality of our civilization and this and thing. We're all going to have to wake up tomorrow morning and work like hell to move the world to the place that we prefer it to be. And I just want to point out, just as a matter of perspective, that the lessons that our pundits take away from these results, that they will pronounce with certainty, will be wrong. And we have to remember that. If you're in 2008, when Barack Obama won,
there's no question that this is the beginning, the first election of the future, really. And I think we are moving towards a post-racial America.
Yeah, that lasted a day. And then, of course, in 2012, Obama won again. And the lesson was,
the GOP needs to send a powerful signal to Hispanic voters that the party respects them.
That was the lesson they learned after that victory. And they were certain of it. And send a powerful signal to the Hispanic community, the GOP did.
When Mexico sends its people, they're bringing drugs, they're bringing crime, they're rapists.
Which apparently was the winning message. And that taught Democrats in 2016 what?
Maybe what the Democrats will be looking for is somebody with some inside experience, but who's a generation younger.
It's obviously going to be younger. It's going to be from a new generation.
Need I say it?
It's a great honor and humility. I accept this nomination.
And that turned out to be a winning message again, which led to an insurrection. And the lesson from that was,
when Donald Trump leaves office on Wednesday morning, he will leave Washington a pariah.
Donald Trump will never be allowed to set foot in the Capitol again. Never.
Ever. My point is this. But this isn't the end. I promise you, this is not the end. And we have to regroup, and we have to continue to fight and continue to work day in and day out to create the better society for our children, for this world, for this country, that we know is possible. It's possible.
That's the more articulate version of what I would have liked to have said. I hope everybody was able to hear that. Yeah, okay. But he's right. We'll wake up tomorrow and we'll fight. And we'll wake up the next day and we'll fight. And we've seen this before. And we got out of it. And we live in a time of a cyclical hellscape where apparently we're going to be engrossed in this stuff again. But in the same way that we fought after 2016, we will wake up every day and organize and fight. And look, I don't know the right answer. I don't know the right answer to anything. In terms of what went wrong, there's going to be a lot of thinking about where we're at, what the right messaging is, what to do moving forward. What we've heard from Jon Stewart is correct that really nobody knows, and so we'll just try to figure it out the best way that we can. And again, I think my earlier point stands is that while you might feel alone in a country that perplexingly has voted Donald Trump in as president again, you're not. And there is a massive swath of the United States who is standing beside you and ready to fight this with you. So, so that's that. There are still races happening that we'll stay on top of. Probably not tonight, but we have Senate races that are still ongoing right now. If you look at the Senate map, we have races that haven't been called in Wisconsin and Michigan and Pennsylvania. Montana is likely to fall to Republicans. Nevada and Arizona. So votes being counted. Let's take a look at the House as it stands right now, which will hopefully serve as a bulwark against Republican control. Inched up a little bit in Democrats' favor. It's now 46 to 54, so it could go either way. Every race is going to count. Every race is going to matter. Brian Fitzpatrick has held on to his seat. We're still waiting for a result here in Pennsylvania 7th. Scott Perry is clinging on to a slight lead in Pennsylvania's 10th. So a few more races to watch. I do want to note that Fox News has called Wisconsin for Donald Trump. Yeah, Fox News has just called Wisconsin for Donald Trump. So all of which makes what happens in the House even more important right now. Decision Desk HQ has not yet called that race, but I presume it will follow shortly. We've been covering Wisconsin quite a bit tonight and have been recognizing that, you know, in the counties, we're looking at Dane County, that she is not hitting the numbers that she needed to hit relative to Joe Biden. You can see right here, she's behind about 0.6 of a point, while Donald Trump is up 0.5 point. This is a state that Trump won by 0.6 of a point, so not hitting these numbers isn't what she needs to be doing. We go over to Milwaukee County, and she's falling about 2 points, a little over 2.5 points below Biden's 2020 margin, with 67% of the votes remaining. So still some votes to be counted, but as I mentioned before, Fox has called Wisconsin for Donald Trump. I know a lot of people are afraid for the future of the country. I know a lot of people are really scared right now. As I said before, we will wake up tomorrow and we will figure out how to fight on a daily basis. We have done it before. In some ways it'll be more difficult. In some ways it'll be manageable. So, but remember, again, over 62 million people are with you right now. And that number will continue to grow. So, A little bit of good news out of New York as far as the House is concerned, which is going to be pretty much where all of our Democratic, the basket in which all of our Democratic eggs lie right now. We are targeting 5 to 6 House seats in New York. We've won 3, and we're leading in 1 more. So a little bit of good news that would signal a slight House majority for Democrats. For those watching on the East Coast, Fox has called it for Trump at about 6 minutes ago. They called this race for Trump. California races are going to take a few weeks before we actually know the results, at least a week. But ballots can continue being counted, I believe, up to 3 weeks after. So a lot of races that we're going to keep an eye on, including California's 41st with Will Rollins versus Ken Calvert. That will be, yet again, a bulwark to Trump's presidency. One note for everybody watching right now is just to be nice to yourself, take care of yourself, make sure you get sleep, make sure you eat. Do not let, don't let him win more in the sense that, that you'll deprive yourself of what you need to take care of yourself. It is okay to turn your TV and your computer off. It's okay not to just stew in this stuff perpetually. It is especially important right now to make sure that you're taking care of yourselves. Again, eat, sleep, hydrate. Everyone's a lot more useful if they've taken care of themselves than if they're not, to the effort more broadly. Does anybody have any, if you have any questions, I can answer some questions that you have in the chat. Maybe some questions will help me be a little bit more articulate here in these last few minutes while I'm on this stream. I'm getting the question, how did we lose? The fact is that I don't know. I don't know right now. And there's going to be a lot of commentary in the coming days. Again, as Jon Stewart said earlier, where people are going to pretend that they know exactly what it was. But I don't know. One thing that I can say for sure is that we're dealing with a lot of systemic challenges and barriers as Democrats. We don't have a media ecosystem in the same way that Republicans do. We don't have an oligarch billionaire class that helps Republicans. We don't have foreign interference that helps us in the same way that they help Republicans. So there are a lot of systemic challenges that we're going up against. We don't have the anti-democratic barriers in government in the same way that Republicans have these systemic advantages, like the U.S. Senate, where the same, Wyoming has the same number of senators as California. But regardless of all of this, we're going to have to figure out how to win under these circumstances moving forward. But it's going to take a lot of time to figure out what the right answer is. So, and we don't have those answers right now. And it's okay that we don't have those answers right now. I think that's something that we're going to figure out as we go. But we'll be here to fight, and that's it. There's going to be a lot of people looking to fight, and that's going to come after a good night of rest, or a good few nights of rest, or a good couple of months of rest. But again, my best advice for people is immediately to take care of yourselves. Turn off the TV, turn off this stream if you need to. Make sure that you eat and drink and sleep and try to be in some semblance of a decent enough mindset where we can organize when the time comes. I think right now it's just okay to be disappointed. It's okay to be sad, and there's going to be tens of millions of people across the country who feel the exact same way that you do. And I know sometimes you feel alone in a country that would do this, but you're not. And we will come together and we'll figure out the best way to fight this together. So I think we will leave it there. Thank you everybody for tuning in. Not at all to sound self-serving, but I will be here fighting. If you want to follow along, please support this channel by subscribing, because tomorrow we wake up and we figure out how to fight this, and I'll do my best insofar as I can. It wasn't good enough this time, but we'll have opportunities moving forward. So I hope that you'll stick with me here and figure out how to take tomorrow and Thursday and Friday and figure out what's next. So thank you all for tuning in. I know there are still tens of thousands of you watching right now. I wish I had more wise words to share, but I don't at this point. So I think we'll just figure out what the next steps are moving forward, but it's not going to be tonight. So thank you everybody for all of the effort that you gave, all of the time that you gave, all of the money, everything you put into this race. It wasn't for nothing. We didn't get the result that we wanted, but it wasn't for nothing. All of it counts, all of it matters. So with that said, I will leave it there. We'll check back in tomorrow. Remember, we have House races that we are watching very closely. We very much need the House to serve as a bulwark against a second Trump term with a Republican Senate. So don't give up. There are people in office who are going to be fighting on our behalf, and hopefully we have the House, and that can serve as a bulwark again against what Donald Trump and Republicans are seeking to do. Right now it is 176 to 198. We probably won't have these final results for days, if not a couple of weeks, if it comes down to states like California. So we'll keep an eye on all of this as we go, but for tonight, get some rest, eat some food, drink some water, and we'll figure out next steps moving forward. All right. Thank you, everybody. Have a good night.
I just made a $27 ebook in 2 minutes using AI. Watch how I did it so you can do it too. Here I am in Designer, and the first thing you'll notice is this clean, user-friendly interface. Now watch closely. I'm clicking